Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies
welcome
and
to
gentlemen,
our conference.
welcome to the
Okay,
third
this is going to be
Internationalization
interpreted
Congress. This
consecutively,
year's
so we
edition
will
is
resume
devoted
the
to science
interpretation
diplomacy
once
as the main theme of our
the
event.
event switches into its working language, into Polish.
Narodową Agencję Wymiany Akademickiej, a partnerem i gospodarzem wydarzenia jest Uniwersytet imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu.
The conference is organized by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, NAWA, with Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań as the partner and host institution.
Witamy Państwa zgromadzonych w audytorium Maksimum w budynku Collegium Juridicum Novum Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu oraz osoby oglądające nas dzięki transmisji online w języku polskim na kanale YouTube NAWA oraz w języku angielskim na kanale YouTube kampanii Ready Study Go Poland.
We welcome those of you gathered here in the Auditorium Maximum in the Collegium Juridicum Novum building of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, as well as everyone joining us online, in Polish on NAWA's YouTube channel, in English on YouTube channel of the Ready Study Go Poland campaign.
Ja nazywam się Justyna Stanisławska i razem z moim kolegą Piotrem
My name is Justyna Stanisławska, and together with my colleague Piotr Serafin, I will be moderating this event. We both work at NAWA, Piotr at the Bureau for
My name is
Academic
Piotr Serafin,
Programs.
and together with my colleague Justyna Stanisławska, I
Okay,
will be
ladies
your
and
host
gentlemen, we
today.
will resume the
I work in
interpretation
the Department
once
of
the
Programs
moderators
for
stop
Scientists,
switching
and
between
my colleague
languages.
Justyna in the
Thank
office
you.
of in the Department of Programs of Communication and Promotion.
Trzeci Kongres Umiędzynarodowienia poświęcony dyplomacji naukowej wpisuje się w większy projekt agencji, który nosi nazwę Strategia Umiędzynarodowienia Polskiego Szkolnictwa Wyższego i Nauki i jest finansowany ze środków funduszy europejskich dla rozwoju społecznego.
The Third Internationalization Congress devoted to science diplomacy is part of a broader project of the agency entitled Strategy for the Internationalization of Polish Higher Education and Science, financed by the European Funds for Social Development.
Dzisiejsze wydarzenie swoim honorowym patronatem objęli minister nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego oraz prezydent miasta Poznania.
Today's event is held under the honorary patronage of the Minister of Science and Higher Education and the Mayor of City of Poznań.
Kongresowi patronuje również przewodnicząca Konferencji Rektorów Akademickich Szkół Polskich profesor Bogumiła Kaniewska, rektorka Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu. Patronem wydarzenia jest również EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
The Congress is also under the patronage of the chairwoman of the Conference of Rectors of Academic Schools in Poland, Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska, who is also the rector of the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. The patron of the event is also the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
Dziękujemy naszym patronom medialnym, Dziennikowi Rzeczpospolita i miesięcznikowi Forum Akademickie.
We would also like to thank our media patrons, the daily newspaper Rzeczpospolita and the monthly magazine Forum Akademickie.
Polecamy Państwu korzystanie z tłumaczenia, które jest dostępne przez cały czas. Język polski na kanale pierwszym, język angielski na kanale drugim.
We encourage you to make use of the interpretation which is available throughout the event, Polish on channel number 1 and English on channel number 2.
Drodzy Państwo, konferencję otworzą przemówienia gospodarzy i organizatora. Jako pierwszego zapraszam organizatora dzisiejszego wydarzenia, dyrektora generalnego Narodowej Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej, pana doktora Wojciecha Karczewskiego.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the opening remarks from our host and the organizer. As the organizer of today's event, I would like to invite to the stage the Director General of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, NAWA, Dr. Wojciech Karczewski.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you at this third Congress of Internationalization organized by the National Agency for Academic Exchange in collaboration with the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. One of the main reasons behind this cycle of congresses has been the internationalization strategy of Polish higher education and science, which, according to plan, will be delegated to the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. The program features representatives of the Polish academic community, including representatives of such organizations as the Conference of Presidents of Polish Colleges and Universities, the main Council of Higher Education, Conference of Presidents of Non-Public Universities, Conference of Presidents of Polish Vocational Colleges. All of this under the helm of the Agency for Academic Exchange and Collaboration. Still, this strategy is a mere roadmap that will signal the direction to pursue and systematize some of our ventures. Because as we know, the internationalization of Polish higher education and science has started not recently, but it did start a long time ago. And the act regulating this internationalization was passed 8 years ago, along with the establishment of our organization. And the internationalization of science and higher education is not a goal in and of itself, but a process that is never-ending. This process features an international dimension in planning and implementing different operations in higher education and science in the Polish academia, so that we can foster a greater quality of research, systematize our input into social development and economic growth. The proper internationalization of science and higher education will respond to the needs of the market and the economy, for example, by attracting new talents to our Polish economy, and by creating such conditions in which top high school graduates won't leave Poland in order to study abroad, but will choose to stay home and pursue their academic education here domestically, and hopefully translate those successes into future businesses. And proper internationalization of higher education is that which helps grow the quality of Polish research and schooling through professionalization, confidence building of faculty and staff, of researchers and administrative workers and technical staff across organizations, and by boosting the brand of Polish universities abroad, as well as building potential for European funds to help lend them here and transition into more effective science and higher education. And thirdly, proper internationalization means that we will buttress the spirit of civic society and render it resilient to global crises through a proper understanding of this world and through the ability of critical thinking and through fostering democracy and civic commitment of students. All of these will not only boost the quality of the system overall, but will also, in the long run, positively impact our Polish market and economy, and will help bolster our society and communities in Poland when faced with a rising number of global crises. Thank you very much, and I will yield the floor to the successive speakers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, President Bogumiła Kaniewska, president of the Adam Mickiewicz University, is currently unavailable. She will do her best in order to join us later on, and so in the meantime we will give the floor to Joanna Barszcz.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska could not attend this part of the Congress. However, we hope to see her later today during the next part. And now I would like to invite to the
So
stage
now
Mrs. Joanna
we will
Barszcz,
give the floor
Director of
to Ms.
International
Joanna
Cooperation
Barszcz,
Support
Director of
Center
International
at the
Cooperation
Adam
Support
Mickiewicz
Center
University
at
in
the
Poznań.
Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. Joanna, the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Her Magnificence, the President of the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, Bogumiła Kaniewska, I'd like to welcome you here at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. I'd like to extend Her Magnificence's welcome to the representatives of NAWA, as well as Polish and the foreign ministries, representatives of the Polish Research and Science Center, Polish Research and Development Center, representatives of the Mayor of Poznań, who has graciously extended his honorary patronage to this conference, as well as members of the Polish International Diplomatic Corps, representatives of Polish universities, as well as our substantial partner, you see, Diplomacy Alliance, as well as other guests who kindly graced this Congress with their presence. Together we will be discussing the future of higher education and science. And as the director said, this is the third edition of our Internationalization Congress. It is a milestone, another one along the long path towards academic excellence. Whenever we meet at these congresses, we always look back and assess where we were a year before. I remember that back in 2024 in Gdańsk, during the first edition of this event, the key issue was mobility, how to render our universities more welcoming, more inviting, and more attractive and to international partners. We also discussed how we can boost the recognizability of Polish science. And as we know, this Congress will not only be an occasion to come up with a more improved version of our internationalization strategy and to make the necessary tweaks, but also a great platform for the entire academia in Poland and abroad to engage in a broad-ranging reflection and discussion on how to shape Polish science internationally, how to be inspired by best practices, how to conduct fruitful exchanges, and so on. And we've seen how much we've managed to pull off in the past decade. We've seen a big social and economic transformation over the course of the past decade, and it seemed that international exchange initially used to be a mere addition to our operations, and right now it is a cornerstone of our research quality, as well as competitiveness, as well as durability of our institutions. Over the course of the past 15 years, the number of international students in Poland grew tenfold. At our university alone, here in Poznań, we've had these same indicators that are at the level of the Polish average. So we've seen 10 times more students in this past academic year than 15 years ago. Every year we are host to over 1,000 students coming to the Adam Mickiewicz University from abroad. It's a great input to the Polish exchange programs. We have an 8% ratio of international students in Poland currently. It's a greatly important step towards what we set up as our goal, that is 10% of their presence in Poland. And we've seen how that reflected on the ratings of Polish universities internationally, how our universities become more and more recognizable, how we are more effective in landing grants, and how we are more and more increasingly perceived as valuable exchange partners. We are a hotbed for many new ideas, and an attractive spot to study in. And all of this has helped us mostly through two flagship projects. Number one, the presence of our university in the consortium of European universities, as well as the Research Excellence Initiative. And I think that looking into 2026, at the end of this year, 2025, we know that this will be the last year of the research university program, as well as our first stage in the consortium of European universities. In that, it invites a reflection on what we have managed to achieve so far, but also, and more importantly, it invites many sit-downs in order to look into the future, much as we did it in 2018, 2019, when applying for a number of grants. And this also invites a reflection on the changing context in which we operate. In the pre-pandemic world in 2018, 2019, and now where we see a big number of changes. Another important leitmotif, the leading theme of this Congress, by the way, is academic diplomacy, or scholarly diplomacy, which plays an important part in international dialogue. We cannot stress enough how important these connections between the academia and the world of diplomacy are, and we know how much they contribute to the platform of communication. We know and we've seen how interconnected these two are. And I think that the key themes of this conference will resound throughout these 2 days, and so I will not steal any more of your time and wish you the best throughout your stay at the university and in Poznań. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Law and Administration at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań.
We also invite to the stage Professor Tomasz Nieborak, Dean of the Faculty of Law and Administration at the Adam Mickiewicz University.
Dear Mr. Director, dear magnificencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to greet you here at the Faculty of Law and Administration of the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, and this is indeed a great opportunity for us at the Congress to host you here. And I will point to one aspect pointing to the present-day reality. We are currently hosting you at the Adam Mickiewicz University, the University of Poznań, which dates back all the way to 1919. It is important to know that because our faculty was the first one established right after Poland regained its independence. And this taps into the DNA of our so this is the first thought that comes to mind. We look into the future while reflecting on our past. The academic tradition in Poznań dates back a few centuries ago, but we think back towards 1919.
Pozwolę sobie tutaj oczywiście wymienić kilka osób z naszego wydziału, takich jak m.in. Jan Nowak-Jeziorański, także oczywiście obecna i funkcjonująca na naszym uniwersytecie pani profesor Hanna Suchocka, czy chociażby minister spraw zagranicznych, pan profesor Skubiszewski. O innych osobach mógłbym długo mówić, ale też warto wspomnieć, ponieważ nawiązuje to do tematu dzisiejszego kongresu i jutrzejszego szeroko rozumianej dyplomacji. bo nie wiem, czy Państwo wiecie, ale absolwentami także tego uniwersytetu, tego wydziału byli m.in. Jerzy Waldorf, Jana Kaczmarek, którzy zawsze w swoich wystąpieniach publicznych podkreślali te korzenie, tu oczywiście powiem, poznańskie, akademickie i naszego wydziału, co jest niezwykle istotne. Natomiast druga myśl, która tam towarzyszy w naszym funkcjonowaniu zarówno uniwersytetu, jak i naszego wydziału,
And both for our university and our faculty, it is a sign that we act locally but think globally, and it wouldn't have been possible without such entities as the International Agency for Academic Exchange and Collaboration. And
zawsze marzyło mi się, żeby tego rodzaju agencja powstała w Polsce.
Tylko żebyśmy nie nakładały na siebie. No dobra, może spróbować ewentualnie, dobra. So we've done it, the agency is developing, and I'd like to thank you for all that. It is all the more important because we need a clearly delineated strategy of operation. So we'll see, and it is important for us to build the brand of Polish science through supporting the respective units of academic exchange. And you are the ambassadors of our university, and this is directed to my colleagues from the faculty, because through great recognition of individual scholars as ambassadors, we also contribute to the stature of Polish science. So we need to know our goal, our philosophy, and our narrative. And so I am all the more grateful for our strategy, and it is important for us as scientists to know the direction in which we are going and to never lose track of our goal from sight. And we could understand the world diplomacy in many different ways and many different facets. It is a greatly extensive theme that unites soft and hard elements. So hardcore infrastructure, such as this building and Collegium Rubrum, right next to this building, which is built in the former Prussian military barracks. And also important for us is how we will use infrastructure and intellectual capital. And this will not be possible without your support here at NAWA. And it's not only about the money, it's also about our support. Without that support, the spirit of support, we wouldn't be able to come up with that solution. And I say that as a person who has benefited greatly from international collaboration himself. And even though we are living in tough times full of challenges, we need to be optimistic too. Because if we look back on our academic careers and how they started and where they have led us, we must say that clearly, that we know that we are at the best possible place as a country, historically speaking, but at the same time, we have reached a moment where we will need a very specific type of support from you, from our Polish state, and from the administration of Polish state, including the Ministry of International Affairs. And this will translate into great human capital relations as well as certain specific goals reflected in our strategy. So with that in mind, I'd like to thank you once again
uważam, że to jest
for
ten
the very
czas,
idea of
to
this
miejsce
Congress of
i jestem przekonany, że będziemy bogaci
academic
wiele
diplomacy,
doświadczeń,
and I
wiele
know
naszych
that
dzisiejszych
it will enrich us
spotkaniach
all and
jutrzejszych.
that we will leave
Będę
this
miał nawet
place
też przyjemność jutro uczestniczyć w
full of
części
new ideas,
podsumowującej
highly inspired.
kongres. I już jestem ciekaw,
And
jakie
I
pomysły
cannot wait
będziemy
until
mogli
tomorrow,
zaprezentować.
until the summary of
Tymczasem
our
życzę
discussions,
Państwu
so that we
owocnych
can
obrad,
share the conclusions. In
miłych
the meantime,
relacji
I wish you all
interpersonalnych, budujących
great interpersonal
dyplomację
relations,
wewnętrzną,
as well as
zewnętrzną. I nie mogę tego nie powiedzieć, także miłego pobytu w naszym pięknym
greatly
mieście Poznaniu.
inspiring
Serdecznie dziękuję.
stay in this beautiful city of ours in Poznań. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, dzisiejsze wydarzenie otworzy sesja plenarna poświęcona założeniom krajowej strategii umiędzynarodowienia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now open today's event with a plenary session devoted to the assumptions of the National Strategy for Internationalization.
Porozmawiamy o jej celach, kluczowych priorytetach oraz perspektywach dla polskiego szkolnictwa wyższego i nauki.
We will discuss its goals, key priorities, and the perspectives it offers for Polish higher education and science.
Zastanowimy się, jak proponowane rozwiązania mogą przełożyć się na codzienną praktykę uczelni i instytucji badawczych. Będzie to także okazja do spojrzenia na umiędzynarodowienie z perspektywy państwa, środowiska akademickiego oraz samych odbiorców działań strategicznych.
We will consider how the proposed solutions can be translated into the everyday practice of universities and research institutions. This will also be an opportunity to look at internationalization from the perspective of the state, the academic community, and the actual beneficiaries of strategic measures.
Dyskusję poprowadzi dr Łukasz Gołota, zastępca dyrektora NAWA, sekretarz zespołu do spraw opracowania krajowej strategii umiędzynarodowienia polskiego szkolnictwa wyższego i nauki.
The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Łukasz Gołota, Deputy Director of NAVA and Secretary of the Team for the Development of the National Strategy for the Internationalization of Polish Higher Education and Science.
Na scenę zapraszamy również członków tego zespołu. Profesora Dominika Antonowicza,
Let me now invite to the stage the members of this team, Professor Dominik Antonowicz,
profesor Annę Jurkowską-Zajdler, prorektora do spraw współpracy i umiędzynarodowienia Uniwersytetu Gdańskiego,
Professor Anna Jurkowska-Zajdler, Vice Rector for Cooperation and Internationalization at the University of Gdańsk,
i doktora Wojciecha Karczewskiego, dyrektora NAWA, przewodniczącego zespołu do spraw opracowania krajowej strategii umiędzynarodowienia polskiego szkolnictwa wyższego i nauki.
and Dr. Wojciech Karczewski, General Director of NAVA, Chairman of the Team for the Development of the National Strategy for the Internationalization of Polish Higher Education and Science.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witamy Państwa serdecznie.
Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all kindly, and I'm grateful to have you here today at this great NAWA festival. And I must admit that whenever we visited Poland and Poznań, it has always been great. And I hope that this will be more or less the same throughout this conference. I should start by giving you two explanations, two accounts for this panel. As you may know, the national agency was bound to come up with the internationalization strategy, but we wanted to create conditions in which the strategy could be a document for the entire academic community. And these meetings, what they have in mind is to create a situation in which this document will take the most excellent shape and form. Initially, Minister Kulasek was supposed to participate in this program,
i już wiemy, że już jedzie do nas. Więc
And
będzie
we
miał
only
specjalny
know that
czas, będę
he
miał
will
specjalny
be
adres, specjalny dostęp do niego,
represented
który będzie mógł
by
tak,
a colleague
korespondencyjnie
of
odnieść się
his, and he would
tematu
join
tego
us in spirit
wydarzenia.
only.
Słuchajcie Państwo, no gości nie muszę przedstawiać pana
And I
dyrektora.
think the
Też muszę
panelists
usiąść.
during the first
To jest ciekawa
panel are
sytuacja, że w końcu
familiar
zobaczymy
faces
pana dyrektora, a nie jak
to
coś
many of you.
Witamy panią serdecznie.
I'd like to
Oczywiście
welcome
panią rektor Jurkowską-Zeidler,
the
panią rektor
president
Instytutu
of
Gdańskiego, przewodniczącą
the University of Gdańsk, dr. habilitowana
Komisji
Anna Jurkowska-Zeidler,
Umiędzynarodowienia.
and deputy
Sprawa może
president
też dla
of the
państwa-
Internationalization Commission at the University of Gdańsk.
No i witamy przedstawiciela środowiska z Torunia, profesor Uniwersytetu Mikołaja Kopernika, postać niezwykła.
I'd also like
aktywna,
to welcome
absolwent naszego programu Beger, więc
representative
jako ekspert,
of
jako insider,
the
no, kto to wszystko temat
Nicholas
dosyć-
Copernicus University, professor Dominik Antonowicz.
Proszę Państwa, dlaczego ten panel tak wygląda?
So, ladies and
jaka
gentlemen,
była myśl,
why
przy konstruowaniu jego
this
składu?
panel, and
Wiecie
what
państwo,
was
że do
the overarching
zespołu do
idea
opracowania
when
strategii zostały zaproszone różne środowiska, różne instytucje.
creating
Słuchajcie państwo, to jest
this
czterech z siedmiu osób, czterech z siedmiu
this
osób,
strategy?
które
We
w
have
tym
representatives
zespole,
of
w tym zespole,
four
pracowały.
out of
Oczywiście chciałbym,
7 persons
po
engaged
prostu
in the
tutaj
uh,
panel, bo to by było troszeczkę może zbyt
uh,
mało atrakcyjne
committee.
dla państwa, ale też witamy panią doktor Katarzynę Maniszewską, która
And
reprezentowała
I'd like to welcome Dr. Katarzyna Maniszewska as well, who represented the conference of non-public
pan
universities,
profesor reprezentuje
as well
Radę
as
Główną Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego, pani Anna Jurkowska jest
professor
akademików polskich. I proszę
Karczewski,
państwa, chciałbym też przywitać
director
panią
of the
doktor
National
Beatę
Agency
była
for
przedstawicielką
Academic
Polskiego
Exchange and the president of its board.
I proszę państwa,
And with that in
przedstawicielem,
mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to
przedstawicielem
welcome
jeszcze tutaj,
another representative
przedstawicielem Konferencji Rektorów Publicznych Uczelni
of the
Zawodowych,
Conference of Vocational Universities Presidents, Dr. Łukasz Marczak.
Czyli jak państwo widzicie, był to taki
As you
przekrój
can see,
według nas
we
horyzontalny,
have a horizontal cross section
jak największą przestrzeń do zbierania
that
tych
will
głosów,
hopefully
środowiska. Ale proszę państwa, sztucznie nie przedłużając, panie dyrektorze,
provide a fruitful discussion.
zaproponuję taką
So
mniej
without further ado, Director,
restrykcyjną formułę,
maybe
żeby państwo
a
byli
less
troszkę
restrictive
przygotowani.
formula.
Będziemy starać po imieniu. Wojtku, powiedz mi,
Wojtek
bo być może nie wszyscy państwo wiedzą,
Karczewski, I'll start with
pierwsze,
you.
czy ta strategia jest,
Is this
jaki jest stan
strategy,
prac, jaka była rola NAWA w tym całym procesie?
what's the role of NAVA in this process? What's this strategy like right now? Would you share your observations and feedback?
Właściwie NAWA, tak, dostała ten
Okay,
zaszczyt,
so why NAVA?
Ministra Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego, aby przewodzić pracą.
Well, we were
tworzeniu tej
granted
strategii.
this task by the Minister of Science and Higher Education,
Dla tego typu
and I
inicjatyw.
think it is only natural
NAWA
for
posiada
the
podstawową
agency
rolę i misję
to
umiędzynarodowienia polskiego szkolnictwa
step in
wyższego i nauki.
as the spearhead of internationalization of Polish science and higher education. We've got 5 overarching international goals. Internationalization of Polish science here domestically is one. Strengthening the role of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education internationally across different countries. That's number 2. Thirdly, promotion of Polish science and higher education around the world. Fourth, strengthening the role of Polish culture and Polish language abroad, as well as number 5, verification and recognition of internationally issued documents in Polish science and education. This is what we do. Internationalization is not a goal in and of itself. It is a long and never-ending process, and the employees of NAVA have the knowledge, expertise, and experience in order to fulfill these initiatives and bring them to fruition. And yet, even though we've had the honor of coordinating these efforts.
Uważaliśmy od samego początku, że
As
to
Łukasz said,
środowisko polskiego szkolnictwa i
it
nauki
is
powinno tę strategię napisać.
our
I stąd,
conviction that it was
został
the
stworzony
initiative, the
proces,
strategy, something that should come out
gdzie
organically
został
from the Polish
utworzony
academic community.
zespół 6, nazywamy to Magic Six.
And so we appointed the team of Magic Six, as we call them, 6 individuals that come up with many ideas on our behalf and who basically have written this strategy physically.
Wyznaczyło swoich przedstawicieli
And we also saw 6
wewnętrznej weryfikacji, którzy mieli tę strategię
representatives
napisać. Tutaj mamy
from 6
przedstawicieli
different
KRASP-u,
institutions, such as KRASP,
Zajdler,
represented by Professor Anna Rokowska-Zeidler,
przedstawiciela Rady Głównej Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego,
as well as Dominik, the representative of Polish universities at the Ministry of Higher Education and Science. And I think these two alone would be able to come up with this strategy when shut off in a remote room with no possibility to come out until they do it, and they will do it swiftly and effectively. But it's not only them who have been contributing, it's also been presidents of different public and private universities, conferences of public and private universities, as well as vocational universities, as well as the Polish Academy of Sciences.
Łukasz też jest sekretarzem zespołu.
So Łukasz is a secretary of the Magic Six, and apart from the Magic Six, we have a team of advisors, 30 of them overall, who have been appointed to perform this role. And much like we have representatives of these organizations in the Magic Six, we also have 30 advisors and experts working with us on a daily basis, who review the strategy, including NCN, NCBR, as well as the representatives of doctoral students and many other organizations, including the Forum of Academic Administration. And these are merely some of the organizations involved in the drafting of the strategy. So yes, in a nutshell, this strategy has been born organically from the grassroots upwards. And when it comes to NAWA, it is also its rank and file members who provide daily analyses which contribute to the development of strategy and which could constitute valuable publications in and of themselves. So we've had many different initiatives, international models for evaluation of internationalization, as well as support of internationalization. We've also had a whole series of study visits, as well as collaborations with third parties. So NAWA is actually engaged very actively in the drafting of the strategy. This year, mind you, the draft of this strategy will be submitted to the Minister of Science and Higher Education. The document itself has been drafted already, and it's right now submitted for consultation, for review, but for as long as it is not submitted to the minister's desk, we can still negotiate in terms of some of
To jeszcze ta
its
strategia
specific
może zostać zmodyfikowana. Jeszcze, to nie jest jeszcze dokument zamknięty.
conclusions. So it is by no means a closed document.
Troszeczkę, proszę Państwa, tak jest, że my nie możemy tego Państwu pokazać całego dokumentu, ale chcemy go Państwu
So
powiedzieć
yeah, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot show you the document as it stands right now because it is very much a work in progress, but we will be able to present you with the final version of the draft very shortly. And then it will pen the review and feedback. Right now, I've just learned that online we have representatives of the Foundation for the development of schooling and education in Poland. But it's just a side note. And now I will keep moderating this debate and ask you another question. And I will start with you, Ania. How did you formulate the goals in the strategy? How did we get inspired? And how did your work look like? Well, first and foremost, thank you. And right now we are at the moment working on this document where we can speak of it in terms of assumptions, challenges and goals. I know that we know each other very well on the team, and we are a well-knit, tightly knit team representing different aspects and communities involved in internationalization. And CRASP, for example, has addressed the conference of presidents of academic schools in Poland. So we all chipped in something to the table, and the strategy involved representatives of all academic organizations from top to bottom, from the president's offices down to administrative workers. We wanted to evade that scenario, the scenario in which we would only represent a given cluster of Polish academia, public universities or non-public universities, medical schools, general universities, artistic colleges or vocational colleges, and so on. We wanted to put these different perspectives into consideration and to creating a coherent roadmap. Because as President Karczewski said at the beginning, in order to rise to these challenges, we need to be the leader of change, as attested to in our participation in the international exchange. We are well organized, we do hold a lot of promise, and we are leading the pack in terms of resources and tapping into those resources. In the strategy, we first had to consider what we wanted, what dimensions of internationalizations we wanted to achieve, and importantly, as we said, internationalization is not the end goal, it's just a means towards a goal. We wanted to show that in our strategy and to pinpoint the role internationalization plays for the quality of Polish universities, especially public universities, but also ourselves as academics, as administrators, or researchers. So we had to find perspectives
I ja, oczywiście my jesteśmy wszyscy tutaj jakby w pracy całego zespołu, więc moglibyśmy pewnie o tej
So
strategii, o tych naszych wizjach rozmawiać jakby
we could
cały
address this
dzień
vision
się
and strategy,
nakręcać. Ja tylko mogę powiedzieć z mojej strony, że praca w zespole przebiegała fantastycznie, jeżeli tak mogę powiedzieć.
but
To, że
our
ciągle
work has
jesteśmy
been
razem i się
fantastic.
wspieraliśmy do ostatniego momentu, pracując nad poprawkami od gramatycznych po systemowe, czyli nie wiem, co miałeś na myśli, to powiedz mi, wytłumacz. To chcę powiedzieć, że naprawdę wszyscy uważaliśmy, że jesteśmy częścią jakiegoś ważnego
And we are all a
procesu
part of an
i
important
nikt
process.
własnych interesów z własnej społeczności nie chciał przełożyć na strategię.
We all want
A
to
raczej traktowaliśmy to, że to po prostu pomoże nam w pracy, proszę Państwa. Że ja oczywiście jestem z uczelni, która jest także pewnie dzięki mojej
all
energii
wanted
życiowej
to
dosyć dobrze umiędzynarodowiona, albo
be
przynajmniej wie, jak powinien
well
proces
networked,
wyglądać.
and we
Ale
know
wiem, że są
how this
uczelnie,
process
które
should look
naprawdę
like.
biura
We
współpracy
know
albo
that
prorektor musi tłumaczyć rektorowi, po co jest
there are
umiędzynarodowienie,
certain
albo
universities that
co to w ogóle
don't know
jest,
what
po co jest ta
internationalization
mobilność,
is all about, what
a
mobility
dlaczego ta nawa,
is
musimy się
for,
starać o te
and
graty, skąd wziąć pieniądze na umiędzynarodowienie, kiedy to jest tak naprawdę
why
ostatnia
NAVA,
sprawa. A nauka
and how to get the
umiędzynarodowia
money.
się sama, więc w zasadzie w ogóle nie ma już, jak Marii Curie-Skłodowska powiedziała, nie ma krajowej nauki, jest tylko nauka międzynarodowa. I chcieliśmy pokazać, że w zasadzie musimy zmienić swój mindset.
And
na
I need
mindset
to
globalny. Musimy myśleć o sobie międzynarodowo. Znaczy
tell
w
you that
każdej
we have to have a
aktywności
common mindset.
uniwersyteckiej
We need
powinien
to
być komponent międzynarodowy.
have an
Bo to
international
jest dzisiaj
component,
kluczowe. Chyba w centrum naszych rozważań znalazło się doświadczenie umiędzynarodowienia, że w zasadzie na każdym
that will
tchnieniu
help
i
us
każdym dniu
live and
uniwersytetu
breathe
musi być komponent umiędzynarodowienia.
and
Jeżeli myślimy sobie
be
jako o uniwersytetach otwartych,
international bodies,
globalnych,
open,
mających wpływ
global
na
institutions
świat, gotowych, odpornych na wyzwania,
that are
gotowych do
ready
odpowiedzi
and
na globalne wyzwania,
resilient,
musimy wyposażyć studentów w kompetencje przyszłości, a
and
to
we have to
umiędzynarodowienie jest
provide
kluczowe.
our students with
Doświadczenie
competences of the
umiędzynarodowienia
future. And in order to be
Pamiętam, jak
competent
to już będzie
in the
ostatnia
future,
rzecz,
these graduates, these future
pamiętam,
graduates,
jak na,
have to
spotkaniu
work
w Krynicy,
internationally.
w Karpaczu, przepraszam, na forum ekonomicznym, kiedy
And I remember that
mieliśmy
back
fantastyczny
at
pawilon
the
nauki i
Karpacz
pojawił się tam
Economic
Sławek
Forum,
Uznański i
we
zgromadził
had a
jako
great panel with the
popularyzator już
Polish
teraz nauki po
astronaut
prostu ogrom studentów.
Sławomir
Musieliśmy
Uznański i
powiększyć
Śniewski,
pawilon i jeszcze ludzie
and we
stali
had
przed
to
pawilonem.
improvise in order to get
Nikt z nas nie
everybody
zgromadził
in.
takiego gremium jak
This was a
Sławosz.
sellout
I Sławosz
event,
zaczarował nas,
and
wszystkich.
Sławomir
Przede
got
wszystkim
us
pierwszy
all
motyw,
enchanted.
że on przede wszystkim wiedział, że musi się uczyć angielskiego.
And
I
he
musi
said, well,
wyjechać,
first and
musi wyjechać
foremost,
do
he said,
Erasmusa,
I
musi
knew from the
zdobyć
get-go when I became a
doświadczenie
student, before I
międzynarodowe
became an
sam sobie,
astronaut,
bo
that
on po
before
prostu
I
nie
started working
poznał
as
w
an
ogóle innej
astronaut, I
perspektywy.
had
I
to
to był
study
dla niego
abroad.
cel
I
numer jeden,
I
czyli
needed to learn another
nauka
perspective, and I needed to study
i
English and foreign
siła
languages.
ciągnąca go do mobilności. I taki power chcielibyśmy widzieć we wszystkich członkach społeczności akademickich, ponieważ umiędzynarodowienie jest dla wszystkich i tak powinniśmy je widzieć.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Pamiętam ciekawe pytanie z
A
tego panelu ze
great
Sławoszem. Jak
question
państwo
from
sposób
the panel with Sławomir. I remember one of the questions was,
Proszę
how does
państwa,
space
to jest,
smell?
jak państwo tutaj
And
słuchacie
does
panelistów,
space have
to
a
była
smell?
moja przyjemność nawet
And when you're listening here to our panelists, the great pleasure
momenty, jak
was
w danym
that
fragmencie, jakimś punkcie, jak się spieraliśmy, jak tam różne toczyliśmy rozmowy. Ja też chciałem Państwu podziękować tym, bo my bardzo często rozdaliśmy się na zewnątrz, po inspirację, po pomoc, po czasami jakieś
a lot of
pomysły, których się
feedback
będą miały,
from
tą osobą,
the organizers
zaczęliśmy
and the
nakręcić
audience, and it was a
kulturę
great success
umiędzynarodowieniu,
indeed. Ania
właśnie
mentioned internationalization
a jak
and the vision,
umiędzynarodowienie
but
definiuje
how
właśnie strategia.
does
Proszę państwa, czyli
our
wszyscy
strategy
mówimy o
reflect
umiędzynarodowieniu,
on
to jest
and
znaczenie,
define
ale czym tak naprawdę jest według strategii?
internationalization?
Dzień dobry Państwu. Tak, oczywiście to jest.
Well, let's talk about strategy a little bit. Okay, it's a great question,
naszej pracy.
and I think at the very center of our work, we've been guided by the category of internationalization, which
Zrozumiana w zależności od
is very broad-ranging, and you can understand it in many different ways, depending on
definiowane również z tego powodu, że jest słabo określone. Te definicje, której korzystamy,
the context. So the broad-ranging definition is
poszerzania horyzontu, to się włącza
very comprehensive, and
globalne
it
perspektywy,
is about including the global
działaniu,
perspective and
myśleniu na
expanding
wszystkich
horizons
poziomach
in order to
aktorów.
think across different levels and different kinds of actors in higher education.
Pod uwagę umiędzynarodowienie w kategoriach systemowych, to znaczy jak systemowo rozumieć i jak
So
systemowo
we wanted to
wykorzystać
think
umiędzynarodowienie
of
jako szansę.
internationalization as a system
Miałbym
and as an
sobie
opportunity.
opowiadać, to jest trochę jak o zapachu w kosmosie. To jest
And
trudne
yes, it
do
is
zdefiniowania.
very
Powiedziałbym, że
intangible. It is
podchodzimy
like
do
smell
umiędzynarodowienia,
in
kiedy
space.
mieliśmy
It's
trzy
hard to
założenia.
define.
Pierwsze,
But what we did define was we had three premises, three assumptions.
tak powiem,
In order for internationalization to be
do realizacji powinno być
working, it should be horizontal.
tylko badań, jak się dotychczas mówiło,
It should not only concern research, but also education, as well as administrative workers and all members of the academic community.
W jaki sposób podchodziliśmy do umiędzynarodowienia. Znaczy ono obejmowało to, co Ania powiedziała, wszystkich.
So this was the first premise.
Zrównoważenie polega na tym,
Secondly,
żebyśmy
it should
rozumieli
be balanced.
proces, w którym jest w miarę kontrolowalny, w sensie planowalny, ale też nie pojawiają się wyspy umiędzynarodowienia, a obok tych wysp znajdują się
And the
wyspy
process should not be insular.
unarodowienia. Tak?
You shouldn't have isolated islands of internationalizations like an archipelago and the sea of domestication or non-internationalization. You want it to be a comprehensive and wide-ranging project. And for this all to make sense, we need to harmonize it. Thirdly, and importantly, internationalization should have an instrumental character. Internationalization itself does hold a lot of value, but it's not the overarching goal. It is supposed to be subservient for universities in order to have greater quality of research and greater curricula for our students and to have a greater impact on the outside environment. And maybe one more word of reflection on how this strategy came to be is that maybe the first 10 years of the first decade of 21st century saw intensive work in the global environment in order to help translate some of the best practices on our Polish ground, to use that environment as a wellspring of inspiration. But after these 10 years, we would like more from the world, so to speak, after the first 10 years of our activity as an organization. We would like these Polish universities that have partook of this exchange to give back, to reflect, and to produce their own impact internationally. They can be valued as employees and citizens. This has been our guiding light. And I think that we should maybe depart from our initial thinking and to look more enthusiastically into other aspects of internationalization as expressed not only by the number of students participating in exchanges, but also the number of doctoral students maybe and researchers that we send out to the world. And we want to be an attractive place academically,
chcielibyśmy ich oczywiście
not only for the fact that we are a part of the Schengen zone
jakby
and
można,
attract
można
students
patrzeć, można mierzyć
by this very fact, but
wykonywanie
also by the quality of our academic
większej
programs.
perspektyw niż tylko przez pryzmat jakby liczby zagranicznych studentów, która jakby
So the
dominowała
sheer
i
number of international students that we use as a benchmark for assessing our program is not sufficient. And even though we've seen an upturn in the number of international students in Poland, which is a success, there is more to it.
systemu, bo państwa trochę nie muszę przekonywać, to jest takie spotkanie już i przekonanie.
And again, I don't want to be preaching to the choir,
Jakby wiele wymiarów tego umiędzynarodowienia.
because you all know that internationalization is a multidimensional
Jest dużo bardziej
phenomenon.
zjawiskiem, niż być może nam się, przede wszystkim mnie, bo tam o sobie powinienem mówić, wydawało
But
15 lat temu.
it's a far more complex phenomenon, even to me as an insider. And I think the number of advantages available
Ulokowane w
uh,
bardzo wielu obszarach,
and entailed in internationalization
zagranicznych studentów,
can be measured in more than just the number of international students participating in exchange programs or the number of funds welled into the program. And I think it's important for us to keep that in mind
przy procedowaniu ustawy
when
to niezrozumienie tego, czym jest umiędzynarodowienie i jakie są
thinking
bardzo
of
mocno brzmiało. I to niestety
the legal aspect of internationalization.
i że prawdziwe korzyści z umiędzynarodowienia
The true
są
benefits of internationalizations
liczba
are
studentów zagranicznych biegnących po
something that
programach albo pieniędzy, które za nim
outreach and
Doświadczenie umiędzynarodowienia, no, ich jest bardzo
go
wiele.
beyond the sheer number of students we attract.
I korzyści również dla gospodarki, albo przede wszystkim dla gospodarki.
Obviously, these are economic benefits as well for all of us as citizens of Poland.
Dlaczego akurat teraz i co ona nowego wnosi, to myślę,
And
że
so, if you ask me why now and what does this strategy bring to the table, I will tell you that
niuansów międzynarodowych,
um,
złożoność tego procesu.
it is
Być może była
the nuanced character of the process that has been trivialized by many is something that we have to pinpoint,
do jej
and we need to expand the number of benchmarks we use in evaluating the process.
Proszę Państwa, to rzeczywiście tak jest. Ja pamiętam, jak 15 lat temu na
Thank
moim
you.
warszawskim zakładaliśmy pierwszy program anglojęzyczny, to tak było, to nie wiadomo, czy to jest potrzebne za bardzo, a to administracja musi po angielsku nauczyć mówić, a to trzeba stworzyć biuro takiej do spraw
We've had
międzynarodowych.
some issues,
Coś, co kiedyś wydawało nam się
some growing pains,
przekonani, dzisiaj tu się
indeed.
przekonani.
And again,
Ja też się cieszę, coś
I
troszkę
do have a
innego,
feeling
już
like
nie ma
you that
tego-
maybe we are preaching to the
tego
choir because
głosu
everybody in
przede
here
wszystkich.
is an insider, more or
Możemy
less,
sobie
and
zapytać,
has skin in the
kogo
game.
chcemy i dla co chcemy.
Maybe we should
Jak
extend
musimy
beyond that
zyskać
choir
wartościowe,
and
to
we
może
should
właśnie
again
stworzyć krajowe
think of
siły, to
new
może to
factors, maybe
zyskać
other than
zarobienie.
just quantitative
Właśnie.
aspects. Maybe we should
Wracamy
also
do, Wojtka,
include other
Wojtku, czyli
components.
przechodzimy z
And
jakiegoś
going back to you, Wojtek,
punktu startowego, czyli jak zespół
the starting
Instytutu Diagnozy
point
stanu obecnego, ale w moim przekonaniu, jak my czytaliśmy dużo strategii innych krajów, i one takie
for
wiecie,
this discussion
zabrzmiały
have been the strategies of other countries, and I think that to a certain extent we
my staraliśmy się
did
urealnić
got
to
swayed
i
by
wkomponować
magical
w prawdziwą
thinking.
rzeczywistość.
To a certain extent,
Chciałem
we
zapytać
projected
właśnie
the reality rather
wyzwania,
than
ale też
maybe
szanse
address it
według
head
pana.
on
Bardzo
and include the different specific challenges to the Polish domestic academic market. So, what have been some of these challenges? How would you identify them?
Często, no bo tak, bo my jesteśmy w tym naszym gronie, wszyscy uważamy za coś oczywistego, jeżeli chodzi o, że międzynarodowienie istnieje.
Internationalization
Czasami mam nawet wrażenie,
does
że
exist
jak
and
ktoś z
is
boku
needed.
popatrzy na osoby mówiące o tym umiędzynarodowieniu, to myślę, że to już jakieś odklejone osoby, tak, umiędzynarodowienie.
I do believe that
jakby patrzeć, to
we are
umiędzynarodowienie
perceived
jest bardzo ważne, bo po to umiędzynarodawiamy
somewhat
naukę i szkolnictwo
dubiously
wyższe,
by
zwiększyć się
some of our critics,
na nauka i szkolnictwo wyższe wpływa na jakość gospodarki i społeczeństwa.
but
Także,
our
nie
goal
jestem w
is
stanie sobie wyobrazić,
nonetheless very
tego umiędzynarodowienia
specific,
nie ma też w przeszłości
because it projects on the quality of
bardzo specjalnie chciało
our
się
education.
umiędzynarodowiać.
And if you don't go international, if you don't internationalize, then you will fail. And we've seen example of that in some countries. But when it comes to
Będę przez chwilę w kilku kwestiach stereotypowo
chances, challenges, and so on,
bo tutaj też
maybe I'll
wielokrotnie
start
jest
with the
mówione,
drawbacks,
że
because I'm a Pole and we like to
takiego
complain.
stanu międzynarodowienia,
So,
jak chcieliśmy, bo 8% studentów
obviously, you could
jest
say that,
z
okay, we've
zagranicy.
reached the
prawda.
degree of
8,
internationalization
nawet 8,6%
that we
studentów w Polsce, biorąc pod uwagę poprzedni rok akademicki,
sought,
jest studentami
because we
zagranicznymi.
do have
Jest około
8% of
107
international
tysięcy.
students, around
No,
100,000 of them in
60%
Poland.
grupy stanowią osoby z Ukrainy, z Białorusi, jakieś 75% tej grupy to osoby,
75% of
z
whom
byłego, Związku
are persons
Radzieckiego. To jest,
from
pierwsze.
Ukraine
Też
and
masa
the former Soviet
umowów
Union.
jest podpisywana pomiędzy uczelniami a
Obviously,
uczelniami
we
zagranicznymi.
have a number of memoranda
Bardzo dużo.
signed
Byłem na
between
spotkaniach, gdzie kilkadziesiąt
our
memorandów było podpisywanych.
universities
Są podpisywane, a nie do końca
and
zawsze
their
wszędzie
partners.
się coś,
Obviously,
dzieje.
memoranda themselves
Czy
won't do the
trzecia
trick.
rzecz, na którą
Sometimes you
mogę
need
ponosić jako stan
more than
wyjściowy do tej
just a
strategii w
document.
ogóle, cały
We
czas,
don't see the follow through.
narzekamy na to, że mamy mało
Thirdly,
pieniędzy na
we
polską
complain
naukę.
that
Mało
Polish
pieniędzy.
science is
Oczywiście
underfunded,
narzekajmy, no bo
and we
oby
can
było jej
complain
więcej,
about
jak
that,
najbardziej.
obviously,
Ale Polska
because we
jest,
could have more money
jednym z krajów,
pumped into
który
our
jest w
educational
ogonie, jeżeli
system,
chodzi o
but Poland
skuteczność
is still
pozyskiwania środków
not only
europejskich na
underfunded, but
badania i
also
rozwój.
struggling
Jeżeli
with
chodzi o
procuring
diagnozę.
European funds for its development. So much for the diagnosis.
Warto i też warto, aby przyświęcało tej strategii umiędzynarodowieniu to, że
And when it comes to our internationalization strategy, we need to think of the priorities.
Może studentów na jakie kierunki, z jakich
We
krajów
need to think
pozyskiwać.
what
Czy jeżeli
students we
chodzi o
want to attract
naukowców, na
and
co
what
stawiamy, bo
majors
też
we
jeżeli
want
stawiamy na
to
wszystko,
bet on. Because we need to
finansujemy
specialize. If
wszystkie
we
badania
want to
naukowe, no
finance
to
anything
też
and everything,
niczym,
then
mam wrażenie,
we will
nie będziemy
dilute
najlepsi.
our efforts and
To
we
też
will not
ta
be
by była
best at
jakaś
anything.
priorytetyzacja, koncentracja.
So I think a
Czy
greater focus, concentration would be
nawet jeżeli
advisable.
chodzi o samo umiędzynarodowienie, Narodowa Agencja Wymiany
Not only
Akademickiej
with
ma
respect to
ustawowo
internationalization itself, but
wpisane,
also
to, że jej misją
statutorily,
jest umiędzynarodowienie polskiego szkolnictwa wyższego i nauki. Natomiast umiędzynarodowieniem
the
zajmuje się
Agency
też
of International
wiele innych
Exchange,
ośrodków.
academic exchange,
Czy to NCN,
is
czy
not
to
the only
też,
institution. We have the
NCBR,
National
czy
Center for Science,
tutaj
National Center for
resort,
Research and
Ministerstwo
Development,
Zagranicznych,
as well as
Ministerstwo Wewnętrznych.
the
Każdy ma
Ministry
jakiś
of
wpływ i ważne,
Foreign
aby
Affairs,
wszyscy
as well
szli w
as
jednym kierunku, a nie to, że
Ministry of the
jeden
Interior.
to, drugi tamto. I to się dzieje oczywiście. I też między innymi ta strategia
So the strategy
było ustalane na przestrzeni
as
ostatniego czasu, też w tej
negotiated
strategii, to będzie
recently
będzie to systematyzować tą całą współpracę.
will
Też są
do
ważne
its
takie
best
kwestie,
to systematize that collaboration.
I szansach, jak kwestie bezpieczeństwa. Tutaj nie można o tym nie wspomnieć.
I mentioned challenges, so one of the challenges involves security, obviously.
Umiędzynarodowienie jako ściąganie jak największej
Many
liczby
understand
studentów,
internationalization as the mere
udało się
attraction of
Natomiast według różnego typu
as
raportów
many students as
okazało się,
possible to
że
Poland.
Duża część tych studentów to tak naprawdę pracownicy, którzy nie dostali wizy pracowniczej.
And then it turned out that actually many students, or quote-unquote students, used the program as a loophole in order to extend their stay in Poland, even though they were not actually students, they were workers whose visa has not been extended.
Co jest ważne, pomyśleć nad tym, że tak, wprowadzamy pewnego typu bariery, ale
And obviously
jeżeli ustalimy sobie pewne
we
priorytety, to nie będzie tak, że no bo są kierunki,
do
są
have
studenci, są naukowcy,
certain
których bardzo byśmy
priorities,
chcieli tutaj na miejscu
We know what those priorities are. We know what kinds of brain force to attract. And when it comes to administrative barriers and visa barriers, everybody is treated the same. So maybe we should make it a little bit easier and make a sort of a preference system that would favor these selected majors of ours, and maybe also attract short-term mobility, not only long-term mobility. Because a lot of mobility in science is executed on a short-term basis, 2 months, 1 month, or maybe even 6 months sometimes. And internationalization, again, is not something that everybody understands in the same fashion. You can think of it on a regional basis. Different universities in different regions of Poland have different needs and different understandings and criteria behind their respective understandings of international collaboration. So internationalization can feature different sorts of internships, international teaching programs as well, that would involve faculty. So you have to be very intricate and very specific in your understanding of this notion. I guess the number of challenges is really tremendous. So I will have a chance, hopefully, to address some questions from the audience.
Jako integralnego, jeśli nie wiem, czy nie najważniejszego uczestnika. Dziękujemy bardzo.
Dziękuję.
Ja też chciałem dodać od siebie, proszę Państwa, w tym roku wszyscy mieliśmy ciężkie
Thank you, and I wanted to add this on my behalf. Our universities this year
nauka nie funkcjonuje w oderwaniu od
have somewhat struggled in terms of recruitment.
jest częścią polityki zagranicznej.
Maybe because some of us don't see science as something
w oderwaniu na przykład od MSZ-u, czy od Ministerstwa Gospodarki i
that
też
is intricately connected with, let's say, the Ministry of
jako właśnie całościowo polityka państwa, a nie sektorowa.
Foreign Affairs,
Gdzieś tam jakiś zarys. I to, co powiedział właśnie Wojtek,
or the entire policy of the Polish state, by and large.
Ja jestem ze stosunków międzynarodowych, to kiedyś nie mieliśmy o czym pisać, bo to wszystko było globalizacja, rozszerzenie Unii, rozwój gospodarczy, nic się nie działo. A teraz?
Now the situation has changed dramatically when you compare it to the situation 10 years ago. We have war on our doorstep, we have a great technological progress, we've got ChatGPT and AI progressing rapidly.
Załóżmy, że ta strategia jest gotowa, ona oczywiście dopiero propozycją naszą, która będzie poddana właśnie dyskusji.
And we have to consider all of this in our strategy draft.
Wdrażać. Jak sprawić, żeby nie
And then we have to revise it and implement it. And how do we go about it? How do we revise it? How we do accept it? And how do we approve it? And how do we implement it so that it is a practical document rather than just a bureaucratic document?
No to było chyba kluczowe, nad czym się zastanawialiśmy. Przede wszystkim pamiętam także pytania od Was, od Państwa, które gdzieś zostawaliśmy. Przede wszystkim dla
This was absolutely key, I remember. We have to consider who the strategy is for and who is it supposed to support.
Gdzie pytaliśmy, co, jak się potem okazało, z mikroanaliz jest podstawowym pytaniem we wszystkich krajach robiących strategię.
And to begin with, we considered one specific area.
Z których możemy sprowadzać studentów, kiedy będzie tam najszybsza ścieżka wizowa. I wtedy usłyszeliśmy,
So let's define the economic sectors that we want to prioritize so that we can
oczywiście, proszę Państwa,
attract specific kinds of students.
autonomii uczelni, tak, strategia jest dla uczelni.
Obviously, we are autonomous as universities,
Instytucje badawcze.
as the academia, and as research institutions.
Ale strategia nie narzuca jednej ścieżki umiędzynarodowienia. To, co powiedział Wojciech. Umiędzynarodowienie jest dla wszystkich, ale dopasowane do rozwoju instytucji, do prędkości tego umiędzynarodowienia.
Internationalization is something that should also take into consideration the rate and speed of development of the respective institutions.
Taki, a z moich doświadczeń wynika to, a ja byłem tu, czy byłam tu i ja widziałam to napiszemy. No nie.
We all have different experiences individually and institutionally. And I think that what we based our work on was the spirit of collaboration, a great material, 9 micro-analyses that holistically and comprehensively delineated referential strategies that would be more adequate, most adequate for Poland. And we used Czech, Finnish, Estonian strategies as our counterparts and as partners.
Część państwa była na Czedukonie, widzieliśmy jak Czesi sobie radzą z strategią międzynarodowienia, jak to robią.
We also know how the Czechs deal with internationalization. And we know that the rate of students is also an important factor. We have 107,000 students in Poland of foreign origin, which translates into 8.6% of all students, which is nearly the European average. Obviously, we have to consider the fact that most of these students come from non-EU countries, mostly Ukraine and Belarus. But this is normal for many countries around the world. For example, Indonesia attracts most students from Malaysia and the other way around. And we have to bear that in mind. We need to know that these documents are more than mere declarative documents. And we should know, okay, what am I supposed to do as a dean of this university? I know that this strategy is coined for universities, but also for their students and for all those who contribute to these academic communities. Obviously, we wanted to show that there are some basic and more advanced factors. So we've got basic and auxiliary factors.
To mogą być na przykład z takich nowoczesnych form, mogę tylko zdradzić, że na przykład liczba wydanych mikropoświadczeń studentom zagranicznym, tak, w zagranicznym procesie kształcenia. To może być oczywiście liczba BIP-ów, liczba otwartych
Obviously, you can take different measures, the number of modules, the number of strategic partnerships, the number of students participating in professional vocational internship abroad, and so on. In these microanalyses, we had diagnoses, but also the way you hire academics and whether our faculty and staff are internationalized, how do we position internationalization in our employment strategy. Also the presence of welcome culture in Poland.
Czy oni mają praktyki, żeby zostać na rynku pracy? Czyli jak wygląda
And how does our internationalization translate into practical experience and preparation for market economy?
Ona musi mieć synergię z innymi politykami naszego kraju. Ona musi mieć synergię z polityką
And it has to be done, internationalization has to be done in synergy with our economic interests, with our security policy as a country. So, in the ideal, perfect scenario, what we've done with NAWA includes that component of security and marketization. Well, when we think of such countries of the global south as, let's say, Vietnam or Indonesia, we can and should work with them, but we should also not only send business delegations there or governmental delegations there, but also academic delegations to accompany them, like we did last year in Morocco or last year in Turkey. Turkey is open in many respects and wants to enter collaboration academically, strategically, economically. The strategy itself will die if it's not firmly rooted in our migration strategy, in geopolitical aspects, in our security policy. At the moment of drafting the strategy, we were unable to specify the strategic regions for internationalization. We thought NAVA would be a more tailored organization to do so, because they have running contacts with the Polish government, and they know what sort of political and economic ties are going to be strengthened in the coming future. And then, last but not least, we should also create the strategy and develop it in a sustainable fashion. In a sustainable fashion, which is to say that this strategy is open to all sorts of internationalization also domestically. It calls for remote learning, for digital dimension, and it cannot destabilize the system we have been building with the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the Polish Ministry of Interior. So, NAVA should be networked with other similar institutions, and it should be working in synergy, not only internationally but also regionally, so that we can build strategic partnerships based on these different memoranda signs, so that we could showcase the strength of NAVA and our programs. We've got the Union of Skills, Union on the Move, and many other programs that force Polish universities to pursue a different avenue. Rather than a dispersed approach, we should pursue very strong, resilient grassroots partnerships regionally, because these small-time partnerships can be the foundation that can be developed at the provincial level, the regional level, as well as the domestic level. So it should be sustainable, it should be organic, it should be horizontal. So we call this strategy just that: horizontal, sustainable, and instrumental, because it is an element of strengthening Poland's stature at the international arena. Because if we've got demographics on one hand, then we should also help build it by instilling a welcome culture in Poland that will indeed attract talents. Yes, thank you for these points. So internationalization is not only about the number of students leaving for exchange or the number of publications published with our partners abroad, but also thinking globally, so acting on the ground in this global perspective, so that we can translate these into vocational and economic results. It's also about the proper onboarding culture. Whenever we have a visitor from abroad, we need to seamlessly integrate them with the local structure. Let them know, here's the kindergarten, here's the primary school for your kids, so that you can get them well educated while also pursuing your research consummately. I think it's really important and integral for any scholars visiting Poland. And again, I'm sorry that we are not able to give you the entire draft because it's very much in the making. Still, it is pending reflections and commentaries from the ministry. And we will ask you for a viewing when time comes. In the meantime, I would like Dominik to tell us a little bit about the logic of that document, where it starts and finishes. What's the logical continuity thereof? Well, indeed, any postdoctoral faculty member chooses the place they want to do research at carefully, and does indeed consider the facilities, the educational facilities available on the ground for their children if they have some. So yes, it has to be integral. And one idea that we thought essential was that the higher education sector should be a flagship sector for Polish education, and it should be export-oriented. And I say that not in the most primitive sense of the word, but also that of soft power. So we don't only want to educate foreign students here and send them back to their countries as our diplomatic showcases, so to speak, but also a measure of our soft power. We should also build and rebrand our economy, not only based on cheap labor, but mostly based on the economy of skills, as a skill or knowledge-based economy, based on our graduates who will proudly represent our country and offering new solutions. And so I think that the biggest beneficiary of the process of internationalization will not only be the schools, but also the business community, who will have a wellspring of graduates at hand, readily tappable into. They will have a multicultural pool of talents that will help Poland benefit from that. Maybe not instantaneously, maybe not tomorrow or after tomorrow, but strategically. The sector of higher education and science should be our exports, part of our exports, should be our source of pride. And yeah, we should do just that, because we haven't been doing it to the extent we can. There is far more potential to tap into, to be honest. And again, strategy of development is not only something we want to hone internally among ourselves, but also invite others to contribute. So you can express that clearly, and you should approach it head on. If you want the proper quality, without the kind of change that you've seen in, let's say, the Dutch system or the Danish system or the Swedish system, we will not be able to pull it all off. And we should know that higher education is a vital part of economy, even though we don't want to think of it this way. Here in Poland, we have a tendency to overlook it, despite the fact that the sector produces a number of advantages financially. As best evidenced by Britain post-Brexit, when their international exchange programs crumbled and projected negatively on their economy. And I think that the awareness of these interdependencies is rather low, unfortunately. So if you think of what we have here on screen as not our images on the live stream, we have instead chapters of our strategy. So the transformative role for institutions in the educational sector and outside of it behind internationalization. That's one of our chapters. And we need to remember that the climate for internationalization right now is not the most conducive one. And we know that the Dutch are reducing their intake of international students, as are the Canadians in Ontario and Quebec, because of housing shortages in their countries. They are no longer able to provide them with housing. As you know, they struggle with that. And then there's gentrification. Torontoans cannot afford living in Toronto, and they have to move outside. And the same goes for other countries in a certain extent. So, yeah, the ambience, the climate for internationalization is not the most conducive in Anglophone countries and the Big Five. And some people even speak of the end of the era of Big Five that mostly attracted and brain-drained other countries, be it Canada, the US, Britain, all sorts of political reasons, along with Australia, which has grown radically anti-immigrant in the recent years. And all of these pose a new opportunity for third countries such as Germany or France or Poland. Each of these countries have a language barrier, obviously, that you have to overcome. And the dominant players also include Hong Kong and Singapore. And paradoxically, what we've seen around us, even though it may seem not overly optimistic, can be favorable to our internationalization here in Poland, because we can attract students from countries where they struggle to enroll in their universities for different reasons, and they want to seek better prospects in Europe, which is relatively still open, especially to those highly talented prospects. And it's in our best interest, socially and economically, to make the best of this opportunity. And hence this document, which tries to do its best in order to deliver. So we are like a Lipton tea, basically, a staple, but a dependable one. Obviously, there are certain shortages that we need to and want to address.
Chce robić tę strategię albo postuluje tę strategię, bo możemy postulować tylko, nie? To jest patrzenie na umiędzynarodowienie w sposób horyzontalny również pod kątem polityki publicznej. Nie? To nie jest tylko fanaberia jednego małego podsektora, a właściwie małej grupy w tym podsektorze, która jest wewnętrznie przekonana, że to jest słuszny kierunek marszu i rozwoju. Bo to w tej chwili trochę tak, jak powiem, wygląda, może już nie tak
Obviously, these prospects, even though you may bemoan some of them, do not look as grim as they did, let's say, 20 years ago, obviously. And I think that this is precisely what this next chapter is devoted to.
No i ostatni rozdział dotyczy tego, kto,
And the last
którzy
chapter
mają rolę, jaką rolę powinni mieć w tym
concerns the different actors and their
akredytacyjnych,
roles they should have in the process,
ale też jakby no, mechanizmach finansowania, nie? Bo sobie
but also the mechanisms of financing.
zaangażowanie i wiara władzy publicznej, czy wtedy to ma sens.
So
Trudno, żeby to, w co jesteśmy zaangażowani,
we have to believe in that and believe in that firmly,
na takiej zasadzie moglibyśmy dojechać do tego punktu, czy polecieć,
because otherwise
ale no jakby
we will not be able to reach the end goal.
trochę planujemy długą i ambitną drogę.
So the planning process is long and painstaking, and we know the direction
Wyboistości tej drogi, no ale
that we want to pursue, and we know that the road is
profesjonalna.
long and rocky,
Do tej podróży zaprosić, nie będą traktowali nas poważnie.
and we need to know
W tym sensie
that
to
we have to
strategia
be serious
pokazuje,
about
że
what
ona
we
wymaga
do.
jednak nie tylko oczywiście
And so this strategy
zaangażowania.
also calls for personal and political engagement. We need to subscribe to this strategy, and we need to believe that we share the same goal. And this belief is not yet widespread, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Ten właśnie prezent chyba.
You may do it speedily, or you can do it painstakingly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Historia.
This is our story in a nutshell, and
Tak,
as
żebyście
we
państwo mieli świadomość, troszeczkę
wanted to present it to you,
poruszaliśmy. Ja jako sekretarz zespołu wszystkim bardzo dziękuję. To była
I'd like to
naprawdę
thank
fascynujące, czasami mocno się przedłużające,
all participants for bearing with us, and I would like to thank our dear speakers. And now I would like to open the floor for discussions and questions from the floor, if there are any. We do have some questions in the far back, I believe.
Ktoś kolejny z góry na dół może.
Dzień dobry. Proszę Państwa, ja mam dwa pytania.
prosilibyśmy tylko o przedstawienie się, afiliację.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and give us your affiliation. My name is Konrad Szocik, and I represent the Higher School of Information Technology in Rzeszów. And I have two questions. The first one is, and it concerns the criteria for the selection of states you emulated, Germany, Czech Republic, Finland, and Estonia. How come these countries? What's the thinking behind that? And the second question is, could you please share the reflections on internationalization in terms of Poland's attractiveness for foreign stakeholders? How can Poland be identified with academic excellence as a country? Obviously, you could think of objective criteria such as the Shanghai list and the Shanghai rating, or being in the top percentile of most quoted researchers. We know that in these two aspects, Polish universities have historically struggled. So are there any ambitions on your behalf in terms of adding to the strategy in ways that could help galvanize Polish universities towards greater reputation as a standard for academic excellence internationally? So, is it our ambition to be in the world-class league, or is it our ambition merely to be in the little leagues on the peripheries? Thank you. A great question. And maybe I should start with the first question. The countries we chose as a benchmark. NAVA analyzed these strategies in those 4 countries, in Germany, Finland, Czech Republic, and Estonia. And the criteria were various. The first one was that we chose them for their geographic proximity. Obviously, we didn't want to pick Germany strictly as our ideal benchmark because they operate on completely different budgets. So we chose these other countries on the list, which are also famous for maximizing their potential for academic excellence. And we wanted to learn not from those who have anything and everything, but also from those who grow very efficiently. Thank you. And this analysis was characteristic in that it starts with legal framework. It's not a mere idea fix. It was a thorough effort, which also included data on mobility. And last year we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Erasmus program, and it turned out that Poland is not only the most dynamically growing educational market in Poland, which doubles its indicators every decade, but we are also the 6th most visited country in terms of mobility in Europe. And we are very sustainable in our internationalization. So we've got a very similar number of academics and students partaking in different exchange programs. And Estonia, Finland, Germany, and Czech Republic do great when it comes to the European framework for development of higher education. So they do recognize European diplomas, European forms of curricula and certificates, and use the same legal framework as we do. And so in this aspect, they could be used as a benchmark because we know what sort of indicators they employed and how they did that. And so this micro-analysis will be available. And interestingly, in the very systems of financing, we have different countries available. These strategies of Finland, Germany, Estonia, and Czech Republic are available online. Germany is an example of a Humboldtian system, which takes time for these steps to be taken. But when it comes to Finland and Estonia, I've been working with the ministry in Tampere in Finland, and believe you me that this country is not attractive in and of itself as a tourist destination. People would like to study in Malaga or in Naples or in other places because of their attractions, non-academic attractions. In Finland, they have to excel because what they have to offer is darkness, expensive stuff, and cold. Obviously, this was half jokingly, but what they offer you, apart from these inconveniences, is the great level of academic excellence. And when it comes to our neighbors, the Czechs, they've always performed better than, say, the Slovaks, and also struggle with the same kind of budgetary limitations that we do here in Poland. So, if I could also add one more country to the list, it would be Portugal, because of the fact, obviously, that it used to be a colonial country. And because of their close ties with Brazil, they have a little bit of a difference in terms of indicators, but other characteristics are similar. The important thing here is what Ania said. In terms of not becoming peripheral, we need to specify our strengths, our fortes, and we need to utilize them, which we haven't so far. We are as if in a treadmill. I mean, ratings, of course, are a mirror in which we could reflect on our performance and measure it against others. But obviously, even ratings are not without faults. Sometimes you have whole universities being run so that they score high in the rankings, and this is not our approach. Our approach would be to create attractive mathematical and engineering programs, majors, that attract students from around the world, and we've done so, even though the whole universities that these institutions represent, these faculties, are not the top universities, but they have top units that offer you quality education that is not reflected in ratings, because ratings are research-driven. A case in point could be, say, the Asiatic countries, or Russia. So ratings are also not pitch perfect. Obviously, they are tangible, but there is more to quality than ratings themselves. Again, you can so to speak bypass some of the ratings by creating qualitative units that will help you inch closer to an upper echelon of top universities. Thank you for the question. And now we have a question from Mr. Dean and from Madam Dean later on. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for standing and with my back turned on you, ladies and gentlemen. So some of your comments have breathed a little bit of optimism in the room. I think we could subscribe wholeheartedly to many of your observations. I think they are a great starting point for our implementation of the strategy. 2 points I would like to mention would be, could you please show us, in a nutshell, the component that shows you the dilemmas with international students? Obviously, we don't want to be too enchanted with numbers. As you know, the numbers are growing, especially with faculty members, with postdocs. Again, what about the Turkish students who were participating in exchange programs here in Poland, and they used their knowledge back home to create the famous Bayraktar drones, even though they learned all that stuff here in Poland? How do we make this progress, this excellence stay here? How do we encourage the transition from academy to business? That's one thing. And the second would be that we have to rethink, reconsider, and it's a manifesto of sorts, how to cater to our own interests as science, as academia, so that we can effectively reach out to the broad public, and how can NAWA effectively support universities so that we, as deans, as frontline workers, so to speak, can inspire and can promote and foster certain ideas locally in our respective faculties, like they have done at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, which clearly delineated the strategy, and everybody subscribed to the strategy, they got on board, and they delivered. I think that would be a strategy to consider, wouldn't it? Thank you. A very broad-ranging scope of commentary and questions. So give me one-liners, preferably short answers. Okay, thank you. We do analyze our data from ELI when it comes to foreign students and alumni of different programs and what they do later on. I mean, there is a wide-ranging myth about foreigners using our public money here in Poland and leaving Poland and using what they've learned to boost other economies. That's not entirely true. Obviously, we do want to take that into consideration, and we've done that. And we've developed this part in our strategy too, in specific segments, especially when it comes to the alumni who stay here in Poland. We know that they contribute hugely to our budget here in Poland and to the economy. Very shortly, if I may, responding to the question about the programs. NAWA, as a governmental agency for the internationalization of higher education, coordinates the drafting of this strategy and will later on be responsible for the implementation of this strategy. So if the strategy, along with the elements that have been incorporated in it, will be implemented, it will definitely address all of these aspects. And the same goes for our curriculum and how we tailor it. Right now we have 30 designated majors included in the strategy and pending modifications. And if we need a program like that, then I will be the first canvassing for the creation and establishment of that program. Okay, and we've got one more voice from the front line, and then we will move the floor, we will move the mic to the back of the room. Zofia Sawicka, Series Academy. Thank you very much for your intriguing discussion. Again, we've been talking about the geographical markets in terms of students rather than an institutional strategy. And my question would be, how do you think about this climate worsening, dampening towards collaboration, internationalization? For example, when you think of the widening programs or the alliances of European universities, where you see a lot of frictions and a lot of disputes among partner universities who don't always want to collaborate with one another. So the climate has been changing for the worse here in Europe, and also with new calls at alliances, you can see that there is less stress on international collaboration. So I'm afraid that it will not be featured as prominently as it used to be. And my question would be, how do you see that in the context of EU collaboration by and large? And the other question is more global even. I have a question that puts China in the equation. China, I believe, would and should, well, they are more advanced than we are, and I think we could probably do reverse engineering now because they are a few steps ahead of us. So my question would be, to what extent do we incorporate this into strategy, the security measures, that is? Thank you. We've done just that, and it's been more than key here. And as Kasia said, and as Ania said, yes, we absolutely do see the growing role of academic diplomacy, strategic, and so on. And we believe that we can be selective in our choice of partners for international collaboration. Obviously, the geopolitical conditions are changing on the fly, and we have to react on the fly. And hence, the idea for the steering committee for the implementation of the strategy that will involve all key stakeholders to react momentarily to any sorts of threats, as has been the case with the alert sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, warning them of not collaborating with Chinese institutions when it comes to exact sciences and technology. Obviously, right now, we cannot include such a list of countries in the strategy outright, because this list can change, and no country has put any such blacklists. But we did incorporate the strategic goals of our country's security policy, as well as our strategy of development. Yeah, that's important. And the other thing is that we should be selective. Obviously, you can apply for collaboration for internationalization with universities from around the world, and we know that students from certain countries have a greater proclivity from graduating from our universities, while others drop out or leave. But I don't think we should be preferential or biased towards any. We should basically support those students who show the greatest prospect of graduating successfully here in Poland. And when it comes to our discussion on our research partners, we cannot pre-program it, but NAVA has consistently implemented in its policy specific kinds of countries. Obviously, first and foremost, we should be working with countries who believe in and invest in science. Obviously, this is wishful thinking on our part, because we haven't invested much as a country, but we think highly of science nonetheless. Hopefully, Polish taxpayers can also believe in science more arduously. So again, it's about coming together in order to create greater synergy. And if I may add one more thing, if we as a country fail to finance our science effectively, then other countries may basically take the same route and will say, okay, we will not be willing to finance you guys because you don't show goodwill and investment on your part. So obviously, individual choices are another aspect. If you're a scholar of ancient Egypt or sub-Saharan Africa, then you will find your own partners independently of the strategy, because you are very specific in your niche. Okay, and we've got one more, two questions from the back. Maciej Jażdżewski, University of Łódź. We coordinate our welcome point for international exchange, so I would be remiss if I didn't ask you this question. You mentioned your collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of International Affairs. And we know that inter-ministerial collaboration tends to be imperfect. So maybe at the operational level, my question would be, what's the hope for the strategy of internationalization to be well coordinated between different ministries, between different stakeholders, in terms of, let's say, legalization of stays for foreigners participating in exchange programs, the visa program, and so on, anything and everything that limits us in our competing for quality postdocs and scholars from abroad when compared with other countries who don't have such complex procedures. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a key question indeed. I think that to a certain extent, NAVA board has become such a coordination body. It's not only up to the ministries, but also NAVA, which mediates between them. Well, in short, the document and the strategy is one thing, that's all on paper, and then we need to think about the implementation on the ground and how this strategy is launched, implemented, and evaluated. So we have to know where to steer the course and what to do, and we know that in this strategy we have a proposal in which we would have representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of the Interior, Ministry of Education, and so on, that deal with our internationalization efforts, such as NCBR, FRSTE, and so on. All of that would be coordinated by the International Agency for Academic Exchange, which statutorily deals with internationalization in the country. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we need to draw this panel to a close because we have promised you a short break. Okay, one more question, maybe. One final question, seriously, though. Marzena Dominiak, Deputy President for the Internationalization of the Poznań University of Medical Sciences. On behalf of Universities of Medical Sciences, I'd like to stress the fact that we are part and parcel of Polish universities, and you've mentioned collaboration with different ministries. What I would find useful is including the Ministry of Health in that panel, because for us, as Universities of Medical Sciences, we are regulated by the Ministry of Health, and unfortunately, the ministry has recently consulted on or against a greater internationalization in our universities. And they disfavor foreign students because the goal is to boost the number of homegrown doctors and Polish doctors who will receive their education here and stay to work in Polish hospitals. So maybe we need to include the ministry there as well, because obviously without an integral perspective on internationalization and how we approach it across ministries and alliances, we need to take our perspective into coordination as well. We have a One Health or Health for All policy, which is strengthened by different alliances. But without your support as NAWA and as the Ministry of Health, we will not do very well. Very shortly, if I may, I will rehash what I said early on, namely that this role is greatly important, and the role of the Ministry of Health, as you said. And with that in mind, let me assure you that the strategy is not yet been approved by the Ministry of Higher Education and Science. It is only a draft, and at this level we can include different commentaries and additions and proposals therein. So for as long as it is not a finite version, we could include important provisions, such as your postulate that the representative of the Ministry of Health should be included in on the board. This is what the viewing process is all for. So the fact that something is not yet implemented does not mean that it won't be there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This officially closes the first session. We have 20 minutes for the presentation of the minister. And let's take a quick breather and let's grab a cup of coffee, and we will be back with you after the break. Thank you.
Więc ja, proszę Państwa, bardzo dziękuję panelistom. Proszę o ciepłe przyjęcie, bo miło się słuchało. Bardzo dziękuję Państwu za udział, za pytania, za dyskusję. Potraktujmy to jako początek. Ja bym zaprosił Łukasza i Kasię do nas też na scen do zdjęcia. Dziękuję Państwu. Proszę Państwa, tylko mam prośbę. O 13:00 karnie stawiamy się z powrotem. Dobrze? Bardzo dziękuję. Do zobaczenia.
So again, we will see you after the break at 1 o'clock sharp.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind you to take your seats.
Szanowni Państwo, przed nami wystąpienie sekretarza stanu w Ministerstwie Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego, profesora Marka Gzika.
We now invite the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Professor Marek Gzik, to deliver his address. Dzień dobry.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome kindly, dear guests. And I would like to welcome the academic community. Thank you kindly for the invitation. And it's very nice to say hello to all of you at this very important conference. I would like to send regards from Minister Klasek, who had to stay in Warsaw. We have a very intensive day during the next meeting. We have a voting in the session. We have a session in the government, and I'll have to come back there soon as well to Warsaw to vote. I want to nonetheless emphasize the importance of the conference you have today. And ladies and gentlemen, internationalization, especially for us, in the face of challenges that we are facing, we are as a world of science, and the global order is changing because we have problems related to Ukrainian conflict. We are in the post-pandemic era, but of course, new pandemics may happen. We also have a problem related to demographics of our country, but this is not only our country, it's a problem of the European Union in general. Other issues include climate change. All these things cause that science has many things to offer, but also has a very important role to play. Ladies and gentlemen, science, in order to maintain its level, but not only science, because science is closely related to higher education. And all of it, all of the players, all of the stakeholders have to update its curriculum. In order to do that, we have to systemically and horizontally make sure that internationalization takes place. It shouldn't be a goal in itself, but it should be a process that, of course, is supposed to help our scientists so that they take a more active role in the global science. Once we became a democratic country about the early 90s, I think we did a good job. Poland returned to a democratic system over 30 years ago, and we did a step forward, and the numbers are proving that these absolute numbers that place Poland among the top 20 most modern and developed economies globally. We have a high economic growth. In relation to GDP, it's like 3.5%, even more. So this is a level that gives us a lot of satisfaction, but at the same time, it is for us a challenge to keep up with this level of development in times where our economy is slowing down because of the fact that the competitiveness that we've generated over 30 years was mostly based on cheap labor, resources that were got from the eastern border, from outside of our eastern border, of course, which changed over the last 3 years, where Russia has, in an unprovoked way, attacked Ukraine. European is diversing its resources and also the way we are obtaining our natural resources necessary for the economic development. This regards the whole Europe, especially our country. All these factors are contributing to the fact that the issue of security becomes very important. And also this is related to cybersecurity and also recently a very popular phrase, digital sovereignty. All of these challenges are very important. The economy needs to grow, and we need to be competitive on international markets. We need to take up challenge to build an economy-based, science-based economy. We can look at it from two perspectives. On one hand, we need support for new technologies, support for new products and new services. But it is also important to provide education. We are representing Polish universities, and since we're talking about the level education on our universities, I think it's a very high level, which does not depart from the leading European centers and global centers. What we have a problem with is scientific achievements, but I still think that the level of competences of our scientists is definitely high enough that if there are if we could pump more funds into education, which is only 1.5% in relation to GDP, maybe we could pump some funds from state budget and maybe some from corporations. If we probably exceed this funding of education, we could probably have bigger achievements on the field of science. So this is one perspective that I have. The economy needs to cooperate closely with the universities. The products that the universities offer should also be correlated with the needs of the economy. We need to have innovation and a closer cooperation of business and universities. 2 weeks ago, some of you have been part of the Business Education for Business Congress, where we had 1,500 people, 30 discussion panels, very positive discussions. We are working on a report, a summary report, and we hope that the recommendations that we have from that broad discussion that we had then, we hope that these conclusions might be acceptable both by our ministries as well as by the government in order to eliminate barriers for cooperation of business and universities. We're also looking for enticements so that we can invest more, so that the business can invest more into science. This is a challenge for us. Moreover, what is important is the internationalization strategy of science and higher education, which is a subject of discussions of this conference. I also will tell you again that I represent the Minister Kulasek here and would like to emphasize how important this meeting is for us, as well as the discussions that you have today and tomorrow with our dear foreign guests. I would like to say welcome to all foreign guests who were willing to join here and contribute to our debate. We have friendly countries who are represented here by our guests, and we would like to draw on your experiences and learn from you as well. I have my own experiences as a representative of an academic environment, and I know that the internationalization that for some years now has been in a very relevant way, has impacted the Polish science. This internationalization is still far from a level that you might consider satisfactory. Why is this the case? There are definitely a lot of reasons for that. Maybe it's a language problem. Maybe it's a mobility problem that people say is important. People say that because of more low mobility, we are not fully internationalized. Maybe there are other reasons. I think there are more reasons. I would like to thank the National Agency of Academic Exchange. And this agency, on one hand, is responsible for the exchange, for stimulation of the cooperation, for the improvement of internationalization, both in the, many aspects. One aspect is the participation of Polish sciences in international science. The other aspect that's important is the academic exchange. So real exchange of students or academic workers. And third important aspect is attracting distinguished scientists from abroad, which I think recently has become even more important because of the situation in the United States, where we have questions, where universities are asking us, maybe we should create conditions here for academic, for development. So United States are asking us to join into the international development of scientific research. So United States see us also as an attractive country for the development of science and education. And we as a Polish state are pondering which efforts we should take to boost the level of science and education in Poland. Both Poland and European Union wants to attract distinguished scientists. The exchange of students is part of the internationalization strategy. Moving over to the strategy itself, I think that the strategy that is being created, first, the strategy should be accepted, prepared, and these provisions that we accept as part of the strategy, they will be later implemented. It is important to know that we need also to change the mission of universities. Their mission needs to include the internationalization as well. Universities are more or less independent. We don't see any changes here. We are amending the Act on Science and Higher Education, but definitely autonomy is very important. We will not be changing this, but we would be expecting that the strategies, that is that is a nice motivating factor for a broader discussion, and also having heard the voices from abroad, having taken decisions, and we will, together with our public and non-public schools, we will try to implement this strategy, make sure that it's implemented. We believe in it. And of course, there is the universities want to internationalize, but we are also convinced that this internationalization will be improving the quality of education in Polish universities, also a higher level of Polish work of Polish science. And this will boost Polish economy, build stronger economy, and strong economy is directly contributing to our security. So, ladies and gentlemen, please thank me again for your presence here. I hope that you will be having good results from your discussions and from your reports. We treat seriously the things that you're doing. Your discussions will be a source of inspiration for us. I also would like to request for critical opinions, very good, critical, and contributing opinions. We hope that we together can create a final shape of this report, this document. It is very important for us to have a proper input to the creation of the strategy that we will approve and you will be implementing later at your universities. Have a satisfactory meeting. Good luck, and we would like to invite you to cooperate with the Ministry of Education and Science. Thank you kindly, dear Minister, for these important words.
We would like to thank the Minister for these important remarks.
Rozpoczynamy panel dyskusyjny, którego tematem będą modele dyplomacji naukowej państwa i ich strategie, organizowane pod patronatem EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
We now begin the panel discussion on models of science diplomacy, countries and their strategies, organized under the patronage of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
Przyjrzymy się różnym modelom dyplomacji naukowej, instrumentom i priorytetom stosowanym m.in. w krajach europejskich oraz miejscu, jakie zajmuje w nich umiędzynarodowienie nauki.
We will look at different models of science diplomacy, the instruments and priorities used, in particular in European countries, and the role that the internationalization of science plays within them.
Zastanowimy się także, jak te doświadczenia i porównania mogą przełożyć się na rekomendacje dla krajowej strategii umiędzynarodowienia polskiego szkolnictwa wyższego i nauki.
We will also reflect on how these experiences and comparisons can fit into recommendations for the national strategy for the internationalization of Polish higher education and science.
Panel w języku angielskim poprowadzi pan Mitchell Young z Uniwersytetu Karola w Pradze, reprezentujący EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
The panel in English will be moderated by Mr. Mitchell Young from Charles University in Prague, representing the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
Na scenę za chwilę pojawią się również nasi paneliści. Dr Jean-Claude Arditi ze Stowarzyszenia na Rzecz Rozwoju Międzynarodowych Stosunków Naukowych i Technologicznych, również reprezentant EU Science Diplomacy Alliance.
Let me now invite our panelists to the stage, Dr. Jean-Claude Arditi from the Association for the Promotion of International Scientific and Technical Relations, representing also the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance. Dr. August Huestur Ingporsson, Director General of Icelandic Center for Research, RANES. Mr. Tomasz Kuchta, Director of the Department for Economy and Science at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. Joining us online are Professor Rasmus Jetse Bertelsen, UiT, the Arctic University of Norway, representing also the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance. Professor Luc van Langenhof from Brussels School of Governance.
So welcome everyone to the panel on models of science diplomacy, states and their strategies. I was asked to speak on this panel originally, and then I was also asked to moderate more recently than that. And so I'm going to do a little bit of both. I'm going to just briefly introduce science diplomacy. And I think this panel is going to be much more focused on the science diplomacy aspect. And I think as you think through this, hopefully it will give you some ideas of how the Polish internationalization strategy will fit into that. Given our very limited time, I'm not going to try to present to you whole models. I hope some of these will come out in our panelist discussions. And before I introduce all my distinguished colleagues here, let me just begin with this introduction. So what I want to present to you is just briefly 3 dimensions of these models of science diplomacy. And I hope these will help sort of put some context on what other people are going to say as we follow. So the first one is positioning. Where is the heart of science diplomacy? Who is the main or primary site of science diplomacy in the government? And I think what we see is there's 2 different models. One where it is located in the Ministry of Research and Education, the other where it's in the Foreign Ministry. And this has fairly deep impacts on the type of tools that are directly accessible to the science diplomacy system, the sort of strategies and objectives that are taken. Having said that, I think what is absolutely crucial is the communication between those 2 ministries and the other ministries in the government. In other words, science diplomacy can't exist in a silo. It won't be effective in a silo. So we need to figure out and think about science diplomacy very much as, let's say, the node in a network of different parts of government that extends also beyond the government. It extends to different levels. It extends to the EU. It extends to international organizations. It extends to businesses and research organizations. And we need to figure out how to bring those all together formally with institutions and structures that help to promote that interaction, communication, and coordination. The second thing to think about with science diplomacy is the implicit and explicit nature of science diplomacy. We're here today to talk about a Polish strategy for science diplomacy. This is very explicit. We have people who are science diplomats, again, very explicit. But there's a whole range of activities that go on that are implicit. Things like health diplomacy, things like climate diplomacy, tech diplomacy. All of these are a form of science diplomacy, even though we don't call it that. So we need to think about how we incorporate all of this, even though it may not be called science diplomacy, into our thinking about science diplomacy and how it addresses global challenges. And the third thing I'll bring about, a third dimension, is the orientation and objectives. Science diplomacy traditionally has been framed as a cooperative type activity, one based on soft power, on openness, and that's still very much part of what science diplomacy is, but at the same time, with the new global realities, as the Vice Minister was just talking about, we see science diplomacy needing to address more hard power issues. Security in terms of research security, sanctions even, economic competitiveness. All of these things have become important and central to the thinking about science diplomacy. In my work, I've talked about the idea of using science diplomacy to mobilize what we might call knowledge power. In other words, the power that comes from having a very advanced science system that is leading in the world. The last thing I'll say is Peter Gluckman has provided some valuable ways to think about the objectives based on the level of objective that's being served. So we can think about it in terms of promoting national interest, in other words, improving research and innovation systems, competitiveness, getting access to infrastructures, promoting competitiveness, facilitating research cooperation. These are more national level interests, but we can also see science diplomacy working on the global level for global interests, global challenges, how to govern global commons and inform global policy making. So all of these different components make up what we would call a model of science diplomacy. And I think countries pick and choose which to prioritize, which fields to prioritize, and create a unique model of science diplomacy that I hope now our panelists can give you a little bit more insight into some more specific examples of how that works. So let me turn the floor over, and I'll start with Dr. John-Claude Ardetti from AVRIS, the Association for the Enhancement of International Scientific and Technical Relations. I'll ask him to speak for about 5 minutes, and then we'll have a question, and we'll move to our next panelist. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation and participating in this panel. So AVRIS is an association of French attachés, science attachés and science council of French embassy, which was founded in 1982. So it's an association of professionals of science diplomacy. Now I will perhaps try to illustrate what you said by saying that from a very interesting study comparing different systems of science diplomacy was published about 1 year ago by the Asia-Europe Science and Technology Diplomacy Report, mapping science and technology diplomacy in 2 regions, Asia and Europe. And first of all, they use a list of descriptors of what, against which you can compare different systems. And I will not elaborate on that because we don't have time, but just mentioning this report. So they create a list of model descriptions. And from there, you can see also the different levels of model descriptors. Is there an explicit strategy or not? What are the objectives? And then the organization and staffing problems, and then the activities. These are the 4 categories of descriptions. From their inquiries in about 35 to 40 countries in Europe and Asia, you see that there are objectives that are common to all systems and objectives which are different in different countries. For instance, in 90% of the cases, increasing economic competitiveness and facilitating research cooperation is mentioned in 90% of the countries. Soft diplomacy in 85%. Developing research and development capacity, 82%. Other objectives have less success, like infrastructure access, 50%, and supporting evidence-based decision-making, 39%. So perhaps I will say a few words about the case of France. So France has officially an explicit document for their science diplomacy. In fact, there was a document elaborated in 2013, and there is a new document published by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs this last summer. So it's interesting to note that this document has the title of Science Diplomacy of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not Science Diplomacy of France, but Science Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Nevertheless, it was elaborated with discussions and consultation with the Research and Higher Education Ministry and other technical ministries. So, I will list the objectives. Supports security and sovereignty interests. Disseminate universal values of science. Support French scientists in international fora. Support and fund internationalization of French research. Support French actors in research and innovation in their international strategies. Promote research in French in a multilingual world of research. Strengthen attractiveness of French research. Define priority for research cooperation by field and country. And promote a Team France spirit for research actors operating abroad, and train diplomats on scientific issues. So there are 10 objectives. I will not have time to elaborate on how the objectives are being implemented. If there are some questions, I can give some details.
Maybe I would ask you just one question in terms of time that we're limited. But if you could talk, because I know you also were a science diplomat, you've been involved from both sides. What would you say was your main challenges or your main successes in working with universities, working with internationalization processes in France?
That's a difficult question. Of course, one of the main challenges is to develop an intercultural dialogue between scientists and diplomats by having, and it has been worthwhile to include in the system, in the embassies, to include people who actually come from academia. And with, not always with a special training, but at least with some briefing, they integrate in the embassy and the diplomatic system, and they learn how to become diplomats, okay? That's interesting because it mixes the two populations. It's not always easy because the times, the schedules of diplomacy and the time frames are different. You have short-term issues which you don't have in France. But nevertheless, I can talk also from my basic experience. You are confronted with international crises, with scientific aspects, etc., and you learn how to manage these situations.
Thanks very much. Very insightful, and we'll come back to you later when we have a chance for our round table question. But I'm going to turn now, we have several online participants. So Professor Rasmus Bertelsen from the Arctic University of Norway, I hope is with us. If not, we'll come back to him. I hope we'll get him online. So in that case, let me turn to August Imburgsson, the Director General of RANES, who is sitting here with us. So I know he will be ready to talk. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. I was very happy to accept this invitation from NAVA and the ministry to come and speak here. And I want to use this opportunity sort of to emphasize how strong the relationships between Iceland and Poland are. Many of you may know how significant the Polish population in Iceland is. It's nearly 8% of the population is Polish. So that's why we decided 3 years ago to strengthen our relationships with Poland. So I brought almost all of my staff here to Warsaw a couple of years ago, visited NAVA and other actors, and I think it's very important that those bilateral relationship. And I'm very happy to be again here in Poland, although the journey was a little bit longer than expected. I want to say a few words about RANIS because I'll also be speaking tomorrow in another panel. And we are a sister organization to NAVA, but we are a bit more. We are a one-stop shop. So RANIS is the main national funder for research and innovation, education and culture. But we're also a one-stop shop for almost all the international collaboration in these fields as well. So we are responsible for Horizon and Erasmus, Creative Europe, Digital Europe. If Iceland is participating, then RANIS is involved. So we are sort of a little bit unusual in that sense. Iceland and Poland are in a similar stages with regard to policy development. We don't have an internationalization strategy, and I applaud the Polish authorities for having embarked on this journey. I think it is important to have an internationalization strategy, to have explicit goals, and to have explicit action plans. We have urged our ministry to embark on a journey like that, and the minister has agreed, so I'm hoping that we will also next year be developing our explicit internationalization strategy. But in this session, I wanted to mention one example of science diplomacy, sort of an example from Iceland. And in the framework of Dr. Young's that he started with, it's mixed. It involves both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry for Science. I take the only explicit example that I have from Iceland, which is basically science diplomacy as a foundation for Iceland's Arctic strategy. And I think the objective is for Iceland to be a player in the Arctic arena. And when I say science diplomacy is a foundation, I mean, we are a very small state. I always need to repeat that. Fewer people than live in Potsdam. What we have done in terms of Arctic policy, we are, of course, one of the Arctic countries. So we take our turns chairing the Arctic Council, and Arctic issues are very important to us. But we are relying, like in Arctic policy, like in every other field, on international collaboration. We don't have the resources to do the necessary science, to gather all the information, to do the necessary monitoring, etc. So we are rely on other people to do that. What we have done instead is to offer Iceland as a meeting place. So Iceland is funding IAS, the International Arctic Science Committee, which is located in Akureyri. So we provide small funding, but it means that we sit at the table and people come to us. Iceland is also funding, I don't know if you know these acronyms, CAF and PAME should have the proper name. CAF is the Conservation of Arctic Flora and Fauna, which is an Arctic Council committee, and CAF monitors Arctic biodiversity. So we have 3 sort of international scientific organs that are key part of Iceland's Arctic policy, and they are funded by those 2 ministries. So we are using science explicitly to keep Iceland as a player, a modest player, but still a player.
Great, thanks very much. Maybe I could just ask you to give us a little bit more insight. You're coming from outside of the government, and if you could tell us what channels are most useful for you in terms of promoting science diplomacy and getting the government to sort of take into account your interests.
Well, we are a government institute or an agency, but yet we are not the government. And we sometimes get handed tasks from the government. So we were, more than 10 years ago, charged with developing scientific cooperation with China, so to take one example. And we've done that. So Ranis is cooperating with the Polar Research Institute of China, who has funded Aurora research in Iceland. It may come as a surprise to you that we make millions, tens of millions of euros from Aurora-related tourism, but we have only one scientist who knows something about the Aurora. But that has given us quite a challenge, and it has involved, of course, the relationship between European countries and China have developed quite a lot over the last decade or so. So that has given us both an opportunity, but also a challenge in discussing with our government. And we can, our task is sort of to help the government in their sort of science diplomacy efforts. But sometimes we become like the government. Being from a small country, I mean, I am representing Iceland wherever I go, whether I like it or not.
Great, thanks very much. I was happy to see that we had our online participants, and now, oh, here they are again. So let's just step back. So Professor Rasmus Bertelsmann from the Arctic University of Norway, we'll come back to you, please. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be with you, and I'm terribly sorry that I had to stay here in Tromsø because of university business, and I could not join you in person. And Mitchell, thank you very much for sharing this panel. So yes, my name is Rasmus Bertelsmann. I'm a Danish national, and I'm professor of Arctic International Relations at UIT, the Arctic University of Norway. UIT is one of the four main universities in Norway, together with the University of Oslo, the University of Bergen, and the Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Trondheim. We are, as the name indicates, located in far northern Norway. I think we are almost at 70 degrees north, and we have campuses, satellite campuses, all the way from Kirkenes on the Norwegian-Russian border to quite somewhat south of me. So what I wanted to say a few words about is how Norway, as a highly developed, liberal democratic, small state, member of NATO, has used, in my experience, science diplomacy in especially its relationship with the Soviet Union and with the Russian Federation. Because, of course, Norway shares a land border, 170-something kilometers with Russia, and shares a maritime border of thousands of kilometers in the Barents Sea. And I think that it's very interesting to look at how Norway, as a small state neighboring the Soviet Union, Russia, has used science diplomacy in its foreign policy. So from the mid-1970s, Norway and the Soviet Union had a very advanced fisheries collaboration in the Barents Sea, managing the fish stocks of the Barents Sea, which are some of the most valuable in the world. And I think the Norwegian-Soviet, now Norwegian-Russian Fisheries Commission is probably an example of a very successful Cold War environmental cooperation. So I hope you, yes. And then after the end of the Cold War, from the 1990s until 2022, the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Norway invested a good deal of money in people-to-people collaboration between northern Norway and northwest Russia. And I have myself benefited very much from that. I have been involved in various, especially master's courses and PhD courses with Russian partners at a high level. And I think the Norwegian model is that you have a foreign policy guidance, a comprehensive foreign policy guidance, where using these, in quotation marks, soft instruments are a key part of this foreign and security policy in this neighborhood. And then the Norwegian Research Council and what's called the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills, they have had funding programs which academics like myself have benefited from to, for example, run master's courses, PhD courses at high level with Russian partners. And these programs were naturally suspended in the March 2022 after the Russian full-scale invasion. But I think looking back, what I, as a third national living in northern Norway for good 10 years, what I noticed was that in this university here, in the University Hospital for Northern Norway, the Norwegian Polar Institute and other institutions, we had built up a very substantial insight, experience, access, and network to Russia at very high level, especially concerning Arctic affairs. So that's one example of a model of science diplomacy, but of course a model of science diplomacy that was not resilient to foreign and security policy events other places. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Rasmus. Let me follow up just to ask you, because this is one of the big changes, I think. We sometimes hear this called the post-naive approach to science diplomacy. Can you talk a little bit more generally what you would say in terms of how we can implement research security into a science diplomacy agenda?
Yeah, concerning the question about naivety, because of course there's been a lot of recriminations in Norway the last years. I think it's very, very important not to have invalid expectations, because there were some expectations in some quarters of northern Norway, that this collaboration was supposed to liberalize Russian society. I have always thought those were unfounded expectations that would inevitably be disappointed. I think if the expectation had been the insight, the experience, the access, the network, well, then it worked very well as long as it was possible. About research security, well, there are areas of especially technology where you need research security, but personally in my own domain, this is a very, very deep, very important area. But I think, for example, doing open research, as I do myself, then one can think differently about research security than if you are doing, let's say, dual use technology research with dual use potential, which is not my case. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So let me turn to our next panelist, Mr. Thomas Kukta, Director of the Economic and Science Diplomacy Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here with you today and to discuss such an important topic at the university. You know, Czech Republic is not a big country. We have 10 million of inhabitants. We are a landlocked country, very industrialized. Let's say between the two wars, we were one of the most industrialized countries in the world, and we want to continue in this, but for this we need science, we need to have our own products. We don't want to be only part of some chain and to assemble German products or products of others. So for this we consider that also let's say scientific diplomacy or science diplomacy is very important and crucial topics for our economy. When I had the opportunity 5 years ago to discuss with the CEO of Lockheed Martin, one of the biggest companies in the world, they have about 300,000 employees. I asked him, where is your headquarters? Is it in New York or in Washington? And he told me it's in Syracuse. Why? Why Syracuse? Because in Syracuse there is the best university, and we want to be close to the students. We want to be close to the people, because employees is the best value we can have in our company, and this is what I want to explain also on our case. Czech Republic, I don't want to say that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the center of the science diplomacy in Czech Republic. We have a combination and we have mixture of different models, because we try to use science for our diplomatic tasks, but of course we want to be also useful with our diplomacy for the scientists. So Ministry of Foreign Affairs is part of the game. We have a very important Ministry of Education and Youth. We have a special minister for science within the office of the government. And at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are developing, let's say, a special kind of program, which means that our economic diplomats, all of them, more than 100 diplomats, are trained also in the science field. Some of them are scientists. We have special science diplomats in Brussels, in the United States, in Israel, and in Taiwan, and we are trying to enlarge this number. But all our diplomats in our embassies abroad are trained to be able help universities, help to attract foreign students for the Czech Republic, create special missions, organize seminars to, let's say, be helpful and assist all the needs our academic and science community could need.
Thanks very much. If I can ask you a follow-up question, maybe you could talk a little bit about the main takeaways from the Czech system. And I'm thinking here particularly in the fact that the science diplomacy is very focused on competitiveness. It's located in the same department as economic diplomacy, and that interaction between science diplomacy and economic diplomacy. If you could talk a little bit about how those two synergize.
Yeah, this is one of the possibilities. For example, my colleague from France told me that at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the science diplomacy was within the framework of cultural department. We consider science diplomacy be that much connected with the economic diplomacy that we have it in our department, because of course without the science, without the students, without the schools, academies, your economy cannot be competitive, because you need a competitive product. It means you have to be at the very beginning of it. You have to have your own ideas, your own research, your own projects, then investors, then of course other conditions being, let's say, competitive regarding costs of energy, costs of labor force, but But without the very beginning, without the ideas, without the projects, you cannot be competitive, never, even if you have other conditions fulfilled.
Thanks so much. So we'll turn back to our final two panelists. Both of them are online here. So Professor Luc van Langenhoven from the Brussels School of Governance. Please, the floor is yours. Luc.
Thank you very much. And thank you for moderating this. I'm very sorry I can't be with you today, but anyway, I'm very happy to be invited. What can I say? I mean, a lot of interesting things and wise things have been said by my fellow panelists, but maybe one thing, Mr. Young, you started by saying that there were two positions for science diplomacy, that you have, on the one hand, the science diplomacy that is, let's say, integrated in the Ministry of Research, and on the other hand, you have the science diplomacy integrated in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would say yes, but what we need, I think, and what is, I hope, growing, is a third position, where science diplomacy is also integrated in the community, in the life world of scientists themselves and within universities. I think that's a very important thing that we have to take into account. That is related to the fact that I believe that there are different ways of conceptualizing science diplomacy. And we see that there is a very interesting historical evolution that is taking place. On the one hand, we have the old way of looking at science diplomacy, which was the idea that if you bring scientists from different countries, conflicting countries together, that would give some opportunity to build trust, and we maybe could, let's say, broaden the chances for peace as a result of that scientific project. From that, science diplomacy has evolved into what some people call concept of valise, where you can have all the things like exchange programs, cooperation things, master degrees and whatever, as things that are also promoted or seen as science diplomacy. And that has, of course, to do with the idea that science is not neutral. Science is always serving some goals, some ideas. And we have to stress that with science diplomacy, that it's very important that we take this normative approach inside. So people have always been wondering, well, what is a good definition of science diplomacy? How can we be as sharp as possible? Well, I think we should start by saying that science diplomacy is a normative principle. It's a way of how you look at the world, how you want to change the world. And there, I think, again, the idea that scientists themselves should be involved is very important. I think that's one of the main messages I want to convey today. Linked to that is the idea that we have, on the one hand, states that operate out of self-interest, which is, there's nothing wrong with that, that's a normal thing for a state. But there is also a way of looking at science, not from the perspective of interests of a specific or group of states, but from the perspective of the interests of the planet. And that is, I think, a very important development, that we see that science diplomacy is becoming an instrument for organizing the dialogue and the information exchange between policymakers and scientists. And the IPCC, the climate change panel, is I think, a very good illustration of that tendency. And I think that's one of the directions that we should continue to work on. So, yes, for states as drivers of science diplomacy, but not only at the level of the ministries of foreign affairs and the Ministry of Research, but also at the level of universities, of higher education institutes, and of scientists themselves. I think that is my main message. I will leave it here because I see time is going quickly. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We actually were doing well on time. Thanks to everyone keeping really to these tight limits. So let me ask you, Luc, because first of all, you were one of the main authors or the main author of the EU science diplomacy framework, and you've also done a lot of work on the tools and a lot of the sort of follow-ups to both in the framework and in other areas. The model, the typology of different science diplomacy tools that you've developed is the one that's being used. So maybe you could talk a little bit about the tools of science diplomacy and how you distinguish them, just to provide a broad overview.
Well, first of all, when you introduced me as the main author of that report, that's quite exaggerated, actually. I was involved in it, of course. I wrote the first policy brief of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance. That was kind of source of inspiration for the report. And then we had, I think, more than 130 experts that were consulted and contributed actively to writing different chapters, to work in different working groups. And my own modest role was that I didn't choose the title, it was Jan Marco who chose the title as the coordinator of the coordinators. And you know how it is to coordinate academics, so that's not a very spectacular role. Anyway, I did indeed propose to focus on three things. That is, on the one hand, the strategy that is needed for each state or for each actor, including the European Union. Next to strategy, there is the issue of tools that you can mobilize. And there, again, my view is that, my personal view, that it really doesn't matter at the end of the day what kind of tool you're using. And if you label it as something that is science diplomacy, well, it will become, in a way, science diplomacy. So I'm a very constructionist advocate in that sense. And next to the tools, you have the issue of the enabling conditions, which are very important for me. That is that we have to make sure that science diplomacy is embedded in the academic careers, in the careers that you can have within the ministries. This means not only capacity building, and there has been a lot of support for that we need all kinds of ways to grow the capacity, but I would say also what's needed is, on the one hand, awareness building, that people should, at diplomatic level, at scientist level, be aware of what science diplomacy is. And then comes perhaps the most important thing, that is that you also need career prospects. At this moment, if you define yourself as a science diplomat and you want to go for a career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or whatever, it's not necessarily going to help your career as well. So we have to make sure that there are career prospects for people who are engaged in science diplomacy. And finally, if you allow me, a thing that I think is sometimes a little bit forgotten is that science diplomacy is also a topic of scientific research itself. And we need to develop that. We need good theories that frame science diplomacy activities. We need tools to, let's say, assess ongoing practices, to evaluate practices. So I would like to end here with saying that, to my extent, I think we very much need to develop the academic basis of the science diplomacy. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, that is an ongoing theme that's been for 10 years now, thinking about the theories and how we can move beyond these basic typologies. So thanks very much for that. Let me turn now to our final panelist, Dr. Jan Marco Miller from DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Please.
Yes, hello, Mitchell and dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this invitation. I guess my role on this panel differs from the other colleagues in that I'm not speaking just for one country, but for 27 of them, and possibly more. And I say possibly more because scientists and diplomats wouldn't even agree on what Europe is. On one hand, it's the common foreign and security policy of the EU27, and on the other side, it's the European research area, which of course includes Iceland and Ukraine and the Western Balkans and many others. So I think what is important perhaps to remind ourselves is that the European Union is actually built on research and innovation. It's certainly not a coincidence that there hasn't been a single country that has joined the European Union in the last 40 years, which hasn't been associated beforehand to the research framework program of the EU. In fact, I would argue that Horizon Europe is probably one of the most powerful tools in science diplomacy at a global level because it's the largest multinational research program. It is open to the entire world. All countries can participate in it. And we are seeing increasing interest of countries that want to be associated to Horizon Europe, also outside Europe. So New Zealand, Canada, South Korea have joined, for instance. So actually, we have a very powerful tool there. But of course, in this global power play, which we see now in this geopolitical panorama, we need to become much more strategic at a global level as Europeans. And we cannot afford that we run into 27 different directions and need to be much more strategic when it comes to the use of science diplomacy. Now, of course, a challenge here is the way the European Union is designed. Of course, foreign and security policy is a national sovereign policy, first and foremost. And that means when you try to create a European framework for science diplomacy to ensure that we kind of are more strategic in this, it can only be done if it is inclusive, it is bottom-up, and it is also informal to a certain extent, just because of the architecture of the European Union. And what we have done is, following the request actually by the member states to develop a European science diplomacy agenda, is that we have set up such an inclusive bottom-up process, which is mentioned already by Luc. Well, we had an open call, everybody could participate. We told people, you're not representing your country or your employer. We want you as science diplomacy experts from both sides, from science and from diplomacy at the table. Bring them together, actually lock them up in a room and tell them, please talk to each other, understand each other, and develop recommendations together. The outcome was this major report, which was already mentioned, a European Framework for Science Diplomacy, which was published in February this year. And if you look at it, it contains a lot of very concrete and pragmatic recommendations and actions. Now, what we are doing right now at the European level is we are reflecting on how to transform this into an actual policy document, because there is no coherent policy document existing at EU level so far on science diplomacy. And what we are going to suggest is a council recommendation on a European framework for science diplomacy. Why a council recommendation? First, it needs to be owned by the council. It needs to be owned by the member states. They are the ones that have to implement it at a national level because of the sovereignty in foreign and security policies, but of course also because of the independence of scientific institutions. And the recommendation, because this is not about, telling member states you have to do this or that. It is about member states themselves committing to certain actions. And that's a non-binding, legally non-binding document. It's a recommendation because it only will work if everybody sees the benefit and the added value for everybody if we act together as Europeans at a global stage. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So, Jan Marco, if I can follow up a little bit on what you were just talking about, and ask you, coming from the EU and coming from the EU level, for a state like Poland or any other state that would want to be very engaged with science diplomacy, that would want to integrate and coordinate on a European level with science diplomacy, what are the things that a country should be thinking about and doing? Are there formal structures or institutions that would be good to create, positions that would be sort of helpful in moving that effort forward?
I think we need to be clear about the fact that, of course, our member states, they come from very different starting positions. So we have countries that already for 10, 15 years actually have had science diplomacy strategies at the national level. There are others which are still discovering it and the benefits of science diplomacy. And especially among smaller member states, by the way, we have seen a lot of activities, a lot of dynamics in the last 2-3 years, as they see this as a way to leverage their influence in Europe and globally. Now, obviously, with our council recommendation, we will recommend also certain issues around, not just around the strategic issues, that we, of course, need to be clear out what is it that we want to achieve through science diplomacy, but also we need to think of operational and structural issues. So definitely what we need is somebody who coordinates science diplomacy across government. And that can be either in the science ministry or in the foreign ministries or in both of them. There are different setups. Of course, we have a lot of diversity in Europe, and I think that's very normal because it needs to fit the relevant institutional cultures and heritages which we have in European countries. But it's important that we have this coordinating role. And I see a lot of development there. Just think of the fact that 4 years ago, there were only 8 member states that actually had a person in charge of science in the foreign ministry. In the meantime, it's already 20 member states that have either appointed chief science advisors or created science diplomacy department or special envoys for science diplomacy. And when it comes to Poland specifically, actually just half a year ago in June, we had organized a science diplomacy a day together with both the science ministry and the foreign ministry and hosted by the Polish Academy of Sciences, where we tried to bring together the science diplomacy community in the country to reflect together on what Polish science diplomacy should be about. And I think it's these fora, these enabling spaces which we need to create both at the European and at the national level.
Thanks very much. So we have, according to our little timer here, 23 minutes. So we have time to run through one final round, and I'm going to provide one basic question, which would steer us back to this general topic of the Congress here of internationalization. And so what are your recommendations for the Polish strategy on internationalization of higher education and research? And so I'll give each of our panelists a chance to answer that. We have about 3 minutes each, so if you want to also react to some of the things you've heard from some of the other colleagues that have presented, please feel free to do that. And I'll go through in the same order that we took in the first place. So Jean-Claude, please.
So it's very difficult for me to say something about the Polish situation, which on science diplomacy, which I discovered more or less this morning. So in general, we do have across the countries things that are different, but things that are common. For instance, one thing is the difference in culture of diplomats and scientists. And and it's important to know that in each country you have contradictions. You have contradictions, even competitions between ministries and universities or research centers, and between non-governmental organizations and ministry. That's everywhere. But since science diplomacy, while being diplomacy, that is grounded in the state, is something which is not only carried out by the states, but also by non-state actors, or actors like the universities, which may be public, but not completely in the hand of the government in their way of functioning in terms of academic freedom, etc. So it's important to include all of them. And there are different ways to approach this inclusion process. One is to formalize it completely with rules, etc. Like, for instance, about the issue of research security. You can have rules that control the movement of scientists, visa, the authorization to work abroad, etc. But you can have more, I think, worthwhile and in the long range productive approaches, which less rules and more reciprocal sensitivization to make scientists aware of how an embassy is working, what are their constraints, and reciprocally train diplomats not only on scientific issues, but how science works. What are the values of science? What is an evidence? How do you prove something? what is something which is uncertain? How do you Of course, in the diplomacy, you have some things, you have uncertainties, but there are differently, there is a different approach to uncertainty in diplomacy and in science. All this intercultural dialogue. So not only rules, but intercultural dialogue. A last final call. I think coordination at the European level is very important, as our colleague from the DG, Luc, as you said, Luc and Gianmarco, and I very much support that. Also, one common, of course, we mentioned the common challenges that we have on the global issues, etc., international infrastructure and fora, etc. But I think across Europe, we have a common problem which is not so far addressed. Is the problem of scientific demography. The demography is declining in general in Europe. And the fact that we should work together to maintain a pool of a new generation of scientists. Some countries do work on that at the international level, like China. We do not do that at this time. And it is a very important issue for the future that we share.
It's a very valuable point. Thank you. Rasmus, please.
Yes, and Gianmarco brought up the excellent event this June in Warsaw, which I was very, very fortunate to be invited to. And I remember, I'm going to repeat a point I made back then. So Poland is a quite large European country with a large population and also a large diaspora. And I know perfectly well that that diaspora is often for difficult reasons. But also here in Tromsø at UIT and other knowledge institutions here, I have brilliant Polish colleagues. So there's no doubt Poland has a very important scientific community outside Poland. And what I would encourage Poland to think very hard about, as I said in June in Warsaw, to think about brain circulation. It's very easy to get very preoccupied with brain drain. It's very easy to be very preoccupied about keeping people at home, keeping young people at home. And I think that is not very productive in the long run. I think brain circulation, that people move, people go out and they come home. So for Poland, with a very important scientific and other community outside Poland, and I'm sure Poland thinks very carefully about that, but as an outsider, and I apologize for saying something that's probably obvious, but as an outsider, I would think very much about the brain circulation bit, that people go out and they come home. Maybe they go out again and they come home again. Also, people come to Poland, maybe they stay, maybe they leave. How do you stay in touch? That's one thing I would emphasize. Another thing I would emphasize is that we in the West, we have to remember that we are a very small minority of mankind. Humanity is about 8 billion people. The West is maybe 1 billion. Humanity is rising to 10 billion people. We stay at 1 billion. So we are within 10–15% of mankind. And there's an enormous amount of talent and ingenuity out there in the big world. And of course, as that talent and ingenuity gets opportunities to develop and express itself, we see fantastic research, development, innovation, creativity all over the world. And we have to keep that very much in mind. And we have to perhaps sometimes overcome more immediate fears and preoccupations and keep cool and think very carefully about how we can engage that vast majority of mankind and how we can engage all the talent, potential, and creativity that, of course, 85–90% of humankind has. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, August, please.
Thank you. As has happened before, I very much agree with my good colleague Rasmus. I can only give advice sort of that we are thinking about, and maybe they are relevant to the Polish context and maybe not. The first point is sort of, as a political scientist, it is necessary to have a strategy, but that's not enough. You need an action plan. And the strategy should be explicit about the objectives. And I give you two examples that we will be discussing with our government, because currently in our physical planning, we have sort of, key performance indicators, and two of them are the number of outgoing mobilities, in particular Erasmus and Nordplus mobilities, but there's no explanation why we want to increase mobility. And I understood from the Polish ministry, you want to increase mobility. Why? State that explicitly and state how we are going to achieve that. The other objective or indicator that we have in our physical planning is about incoming degree students. And universities in Iceland cost nothing. We don't charge tuition, even if you're from Africa or wherever. Why do we want to increase that number? That I suspect it's because we want to retain some of that. We've had countries have strategies that say recruit and retain international students because, well, you need the demographics. You want the pool of people to come, and the world is a big place, as Rasmus just said, and we need to collaborate with the whole of the world. Then anchor the national strategy in the European research area and in the powerful science diplomacy program that Horizon Europe is, and of course Erasmus Plus program as well. For brain circulation, you need to strengthen inclusion and reduce barriers. There are many facets to that, but have it more inclusive. It tends to be a particular type of students that are mobile and particular type of scientists. Try to be more inclusive. Because I have been fortunate enough to participate in European collaboration that this has developed over the last 30 years. The next 30 years in international science collaboration are going to be very different from the last 30 years. That, I think, is the point that Rasmus is making. The world is changing quite a lot, and I'm keeping in mind what was said here about the Norwegian and Russian collaboration. I mean, it's sort of a backbone of science diplomacy theory that even during the Cold War, US and Russia could still talk to each other on a scientific level. They're not doing that today, and we are having politics, both in Russia and in the US, negatively affecting scientific collaboration. That's the reality, and it means that we have to be more inclusive in terms of, in particular, collaborating with Asia. This year, China will become the biggest science producer, if I can use that word, in the world. They will outnumber US in terms of science publications. They will outdo the US in terms of funding, public funding of research, because the US is reducing it. It's a new reality, and the internationalization strategy has to take effect of that. And the final point, connect science diplomacy with higher education internationalization, because, and you have to recognize the important diplomatic role that universities play in terms of receiving the international students you want, in terms of representing the country, in terms of facilitating and advancing all sorts of economic and social interests that any society, Polish or Icelandic, has.
Thanks very much. I turn the floor over to Tomasz.
I agree with everything what was said. I don't want to repeat it, but maybe I will give you one example. The city of Brno, 20 years ago, gave a big space around the technical university to the, let's say, available for the startups, for incubators, for companies, And what happened that after 20 years, we have so many foreigner or Czech companies having address or headquarters around the Technical University of Brno, that students are, from the very beginning of their studies, being in contact with those companies, being involved in the activities of those companies, and what's happening that, for example, they have many opportunities to go abroad. They have offers from Taiwan to participate in different programs, for example, semiconductors, and they don't want to go there because they are afraid that if they stay 1 year in Taiwan, they will lose their good positions in those companies where they already work for 2 or 3 years during their studies. So I think this is a nice example how to retain the students and how to attract other students to your country. Just simple but very important thing. You need to have space enough to build such technological parks. For example, in Prague, it is impossible because there is so many other projects, so many, and also high prices of the land. So if you are planning some urban plans or preparing some, let's say, projects for the future, have in mind that this is very important to be able to connect universities with companies, and this will attract quality students, and this will keep them in the country and give them many opportunities. So this is from our side.
Thank you. So we'll turn back online now. So Luke, if...
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm not a specialist on the situation in Poland, so it's difficult to say something specific. But from a general point of view, what I would say is, if you are developing a national strategy for science diplomacy, then my advice would be try to contain as much as possible scientific protectionism, because that is the opposite of science diplomacy. That is the way that we try to, let's say, stay with our technological capacity, with our scientific capacity in our own bubble, and not be open to the rest of the world. So, and that is, I think, a very important issue of science diplomacy, that we think of it as a policy framework that promotes openness, but in a realistic way. That means that the openness should have its strategic limitations. Somebody coined the phrase, as open as possible and as closed as necessary. And indeed, that is the thing to do. The second thing that I would like to refer to is the notion of fifth freedom. That is something for the EU to further work upon. That is the idea that next to free movement of capital, people, etc., we have the fifth freedom now of researchers. That is an ideal situation, which seems to be extremely difficult to realize at this moment. But I think we need that kind of ideas. The only thing I can add to that is that at a very practical level, and I'm repeating what I already said earlier on, that we need to make sure that you not only engage in capacity building, but also in awareness building, that the idea to create capacity is paralleled by creating career prospects, and 3, that an academic anchoring of science diplomacy at university level is very much needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to give Jan Marco the final word here.
Thank you very much. Let me just mention 2 issues. The first one is, you need to be clear is what is it that you want to achieve? You need to reflect about your strategy. What is internationalization, what for? What is it that you want to achieve? How do you want to employ science diplomacy for that? How can it help you? And you need to involve in this debate both the scientific and the diplomatic communities. What is it that you want to achieve as a country through science diplomacy? And the second recommendation is and that's based on the first one, is how do you see your role in the European Union? What is the specific contribution Poland can make to European science diplomacy? And if I can give you just one hint, I think there's no member state in the European Union that has such a close relationship with Ukraine. There's enormous support Poland is providing to Ukraine. There's an enormous amount of Ukrainian scientists hosted in Poland. And we are at the European level building right now or let's say even a global level, the International Coalition for the Rebuilding and Recovery of the Ukrainian R&I system. And I think here Poland can play a very important role. And I'm not talking so much here about funding and weapons and all these kind of more geopolitical issues, but actually the people-to-people support, which the Polish science system can provide to the Ukrainian science system. And I think that would be a very important contribution Poland can make to a broader European science diplomacy strategy. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I think that is a perfect point to end on. So thank you to all the panelists for a really inspiring, I think, set of comments and discussion showing how broad and challenging it is to bring about science diplomacy, but also some of the benefits and values of it for countries. So thanks again to all our panelists. And I'll turn back over to our moderators.
Dziękujemy wszystkim uczestnikom za uwagę i mamy nadzieję, że ta ciekawa dyskusja
I hope that this interesting discussion will be continued.
Thank you very much to all participants for your attention. We hope that this stimulating discussion will now continue in the lobby.
Osoby, które śledzą trzeci kongres umiędzynarodowienia w internecie, zapraszamy do ponownego połączenia się z nami o godzinie 15:30.
Those following the Third Internationalization Congress online are kindly invited to reconnect at 3:30.
Drugą część dnia rozpoczniemy panelem dyskusyjnym realizacja zadań z zakresu dyplomacji naukowej z perspektywy placówek dyplomatycznych i instytucji z obszaru dyplomacji publicznej.
We will start the second part of the day with the panel Implementation of Science Diplomacy, Tasks from the Perspective of Diplomatic Missions and Public Diplomacy Institutions.
A Państwa zgromadzonych w audytorium zapraszamy teraz na przerwę obiadową do godziny 15:30.
Those of you present in the auditorium are kindly invited to lunch until 3:30.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy na panel Realizacja zadań z zakresu dyplomacji naukowej z perspektywy placówek dyplomatycznych i instytucji z obszaru dyplomacji publicznej, w którym porozmawiamy o tym, jak skutecznie promować polską naukę i szkolnictwo wyższe za granicą oraz jak realizować zadania z zakresu dyplomacji naukowej w praktyce.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to the panel Implementation of Science Diplomacy Tasks from the perspective of diplomatic missions and public diplomacy institutions, in which we will discuss how to effectively promote Polish science and higher education abroad and how to implement science diplomacy tasks in practice.
Do dyskusji na ten temat zaproszenie przyjęli
Our invited panelists are
pan Waldemar Dubaniowski, dyrektor działu wsparcia polskich podmiotów w Brukseli, Narodowe Centrum Badań i Rozwoju.
Mr. Waldemar Dubaniowski, Director of the Polish Stakeholders Support Office in Brussels, National Center for Research and Development.
Dr Tomasz Łukaszuk, Uniwersytet Warszawski, były ambasador Rzeczpospolitej Polskiej w Indonezji oraz w Indiach.
Dr Tomasz Łukaszuk, University of Warsaw, former ambassador of Poland to Indonesia and to India.
Pan Jan Jerzy Malicki, specjalista do spraw międzynarodowej współpracy naukowej, Ministerstwo Spraw Zagranicznych.
Mr. Jan Jerzy Malicki, specialist in international scientific cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Profesor Beata Piskorska, prorektor do spraw studentów i umiędzynarodowienia, kierownik Centrum Badań nad Dyplomacją Katolickiego Uniwersytetu Lubelskiego.
Professor Beata Piskorska, Vice Rector for Students and Internationalization at the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, Head of the Center for Diplomatic Studies.
Pan Shik Kim, radca minister ambasady Republiki Korei w Polsce.
Mr. Shik Kim, Minister Counselor, Embassy of the Republic of Korea in Poland.
Online łączy się z nami pani Katarzyna Granat, ekspert do spraw dyplomacji naukowej w ambasadzie Rzeczpospolitej Polskiej w Waszyngtonie.
We are also connecting online with Mrs. Katarzyna Granat, a science diplomacy expert at the Embassy of Poland in Washington, D.C.
A rozmowę poprowadzi pani Agnieszka Homańska, szefowa gabinetu politycznego ministra w Ministerstwie Spraw Zagranicznych.
The discussion will be moderated by Mrs. Agnieszka Homańska, Head of the Political Cabinet of the Minister at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witamy Państwa serdecznie po przerwie lunchowej.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. After the coffee break,
dostaliśmy właśnie to trudne zadanie, czyli
we have the difficult task
pozwolić
of
Państwu zasnąć.
waking you up after dinner.
Mam nadzieję, że damy radę, chociaż
I hope
nie
we
ukrywam,
will
że
manage.
organizatorzy postawili przede mną bardzo
This is a
trudne
very difficult task
zadanie,
indeed,
zmoderować tyle wspaniałych osób w
to
tak krótkim
meet
czasie
and
graniczy niemal
address
problemu.
so many
Dlatego
distinguished
ograniczę
guests.
swoje wypowiedzi,
Let me maybe
a
limit
oddam
my
głos
speech
ekspertom i ekspertkom.
and
Witamy
give the
również
floor to
Waszyngton,
experts. I would
z
like
nami.
to welcome also
Nie
Washington.
będziemy zastanawiać się za bardzo ani
We will
nad
not think
definicjami
too
dyplomacji
much about the
naukowej, ani
definitions
nad,
of
jej takim
scientific
bezpośrednim
diplomacy and maybe
rozumieniem,
how
dywagacje
we
szersze
understand
powiedzieć
it.
także powinnie.
Let's maybe skip
To
these
jest
debates.
na wieczór
This is something you can do in the evening.
teoretycznych aspektach
We can maybe
rozmowy.
talk about theory later.
Dlatego
Let's maybe just move to answering a very basic and practical question. And my first question will go to the person sitting in the middle, Professor. Yes, it's diplomacy. Yes, ambassador.
Tak, tu, dokładnie.
Ambassador.
I pytanie
And
brzmi,
question is
dyplomacja naukowa
is scientific diplomacy only a matter of soft power, or perhaps does it influence the capacity to implement more serious tasks? It's a question to both ambassadors, but whoever wants to start can start.
Wyrywał się pan ambasador do odpowiedzi, także zapraszam.
Okay, we have the
Czyli
first
jedynie soft
person.
power, czy
Is it
nie?
only soft power, or
Bardziej
is it actual hardcore interests? Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me. And I'd like to welcome all participants, also our guests from Adam Mickiewicz University. I used to be an ambassador on the Global South, and I can tell you that this is not only soft power but also hard power, because these states look at us still. You need to remember about the image of Poland and the fact that we used to be a strong player in different sectors. Well, we are no longer the strong players in the sectors of former glory. The mining industry is, well, no longer so huge as it used to be. We used to have big shipyards, big mines, coal mines, even automotive industry. We used to have it. We are, well, less mighty in these regards, in these sectors of industry, but the countries around the world know that we are still a player in these sectors. And of course, they know that this is the place to educate white collar as well as blue collar, brown collar workers. So also engineers are an important part. I'm talking about vocational training. And vocational training is something that we are well known for. We had guests from Northern Europe. Our blue-collar workers are very well appreciated there. Carpenters, etc. We are known for the skilled labor. And Global South countries very often wanted us to create a network or a system for vocational training. So it's not only about educating engineers and those who manage the industrial potential, but also those who actually might actually work and contribute to boosting the capacity of Global South countries. India, 1.5 billion people. Indonesia, 280 million. Bangladesh, 250 million. So on and so on. These are all the countries which look at us from this perspective, and I think that when we cooperate with these countries in the area of education and academic cooperation, we have to look at it from such an angle that so we have to. They look at us from very different angles, and I think it would be very beneficial to connect academic cooperation and contribute to investment, economic cooperation connected somehow, so that all of this becomes part of a logical whole that also fulfills the requirements of foreign policy, and also implementing our interests in these states. And the final statement is, as part of that, we would like Director Nava to be with us next time. I would like to get a comment from you. Yes, thank you about Global South. Very interesting statements about Global South. India, not India, and other countries. Well, let me rephrase the debate a little bit. I've heard this is just in. There is an interesting information. OpenAI company, biggest global players, created with Polish hands. Their boss, Sam Altman, stated today that Neptune AI was taken over. That is a company. Neptune AI is a company that was actually created in Poland. Also, NCBR funds was funding it. Why am I telling you this? Because innovation, science, and the internationalization is far more than just soft power. Right? This is showing us hard possibilities of obtaining business contacts. Poland is the country where you actually see those people with wide open eyes who know how to be part of the IT innovative environment. Without these, without our contribution, global companies wouldn't be there. Neptune AI is an interesting case. It turns out that this circle of interests is getting broader, and we, Poland, are becoming part of that circle of interest. There is interest in Polish scientists. Let me again talk about brain drain and brain gain. We are drained. So, of course, we are being brain drained. That's not something we should forget about, but we should, step by step, we have attract these students here. That's those students who have something to offer. European Commission is working on the Choose Europe program, so that because in America it's getting stuffy, so some people want to move somewhere else. So we want to employ such programs as well. I think we need to realize that in every developed country, science is treated. Science is, of course, treated as an important part of business. Somebody has calculated it that every pound invested, every pound invested in innovation brings you 12 pounds of return on investment. This is not something that will materialize from one moment to the next. You need to wait a few days for that to play out. Another important process is Poland becoming a country, the target country, and not an exit country. I was very much inspired by what Anna said. She openly said that we as Poland, we are saying goodbye to our inferiority complex. We are not only dreaming about being part of the West, we are the 20th economy of the world. We have great people, great capital. I don't like to talk about people in terms of capital, but yet we do have it. And OpenAI is showing us. I don't know if you know, but we also have our great Polish people there who co-created this company, and they are really visible around the world. Polish scientists, Polish science is part of global science as an element that's really contributing to global economy. We no longer feel inferior, and we can work on global stage with globally important companies. Word of comment as to what Mr. Ambassador has mentioned. Yes, the cooperation is very good with NAVA. The director Kaczewski also can say that same thing, but also in that whole balance between brain gain and brain drain, we also have tools that we utilize to maybe try to balance it out. We have two programs. One is called a return program, which is supposed to bring back our scientists again here to Poland. Those who already left and live somewhere else, we want to bring them back. And I want to show you a new tool that will start to promote the so-called Imia Weigla program, which we are using to answer to that question that the Americans have posed by pushing part of the scientists outside of their system. We have a possibility to capture them. When we talk about Global South, we need to think about China, both continental China and Taiwan, and Indonesia, Hong Kong, Singapore. There are universities which on this list of 200 best, institutions are high. ranked pretty high, and perhaps we can attract Asian scientists to Poland as well, from China, for example, and other countries. I think it is going too well. We are too positive. Ministries and institutes actually now want to cooperate. When things go well, success has many mothers, it seems. Now I'm waiting for some pessimistic knowledge. Maybe there's some tension between the ministries. We'll talk about that later. Now let's go back to Washington. Madam Doctor, from your point of view, you were not working in somewhere behind the desk. You were working in strict diplomacy. Do we have enough resources to run efficient scientific diplomacy? If so, then are we using those resources efficiently? And do we have any best practices that we are already utilizing, or those which we could perhaps start using already now?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you. And we can see you, but we can hardly hear you. This is from the interpreter's booth. We are going to try to interpret as faithfully as possible, given the audio constraints. I need to give praise to Nava for their kind support across different dimensions, especially when working with US scholars and students. Also, important as the presentation of Poland as a great praise for scholar as such as Fulbright fellows. So that's one thing. And when it comes to our best practices, I often use Eurostats, an organization that is tied to the European Commission and is highly helpful for me when marketing Poland as a great destination for Marie Curie scholarships in France. Also in the future, we are planning new opportunities for doctoral students in Poland, as well as exchanges for scholars and faculty members. We also work with entities that help us promote Polish destinations as hubs for research. Okay, and how about those best practices? Because as we said, we have some technical problems hearing you correctly. What is important for me are events that I organize with Georgetown University in Washington, as well as Johns Hopkins University, where we held a panel on academic diplomacy. And it was here that we also communed and exchanged knowledge and best practices with some scholars participating in exchange programs in Texas. And so we use Polish embassy as well as Johns Hopkins University in order to hold panels on science diplomacy. And one such best practice is maintaining contacts with different entities, so local universities on the ground here in the US, NAVA, organizations financing academic research, such as our Science Foundation, and thanks to these multilateral events at the university, we opened the university to a new kind of audience, members of which are interested in Poland, or more importantly, members of which have not heard about Poland as an academic destination for polar science. So, in a nutshell, we try to reach out new stakeholders by organizing public events, implementing different science diplomacy strategies. I am part of such a science diplomacy team, and we do our best organizing different events at the embassy, but mostly at universities. And what is and has been a good practice is just that. Another helpful strategy is to market Poland as a valuable research destination and a studying destination via webinars. And we had a great webinar advertising Polish as a second language, featuring NAVA representatives who spoke on different programs of the Polish language as a second language, and which advertised Poland as an attractive research and studying destination. So we promote Poland through cyclical academic events, be it online or at the university or at the embassy. Thank you. And before I put the ball in the ministry's court, let's stay at the university court for now, and let's point out that such events are really important in that they open a new plane for interhuman contacts and networking, but their reach, unfortunately, is rather limited. So we can only attract as many individuals as a given room can accommodate, or as many those willing to participate in the meeting online. So maybe apart from this tool, from organized meetings and sessions, there are other tools. And I have a question to you, dear colleague. We've heard of an idea, it has been circulated on how counselors or lawyers dealing with science diplomacy who at different outposts of the Polish state or within the framework of NAVA could help promote Polish science and bolster contacts between Polish universities and international universities, and thus add to the Polish diplomatic efforts. Do I understand your activity correctly, or maybe there is something more to it? What do you do, in short? Thank you. In a nutshell, and I think we should rehash this point publicly yet again, because this information is hardly available normally. So, how do we stand in terms of diplomatic personnel dealing with diplomatic efforts? Right now, we have a single position held by Ms. Magdalena Kula, who deals with diplomatic research, and she mostly coordinates EU matters. we should have more individuals like that, because our portfolio is not that extensive, and it stretches across different departments, which is important and symptomatic. Because it's an important part of our soft power. This is something that taps into diplomacy for powers. But if you think of the ministerial matters, then you could discuss, as we have, the appointment of legal advisors for scientific matters in different diplomatic outposts, and we have examined the various options we have there, so it's not a finished process by any means. Unfortunately, administratively speaking, you could say that unfortunately there is always the question of who will pay for that, and how do we get the necessary human resources and the financing? Yes, exactly. So the usual suspects, right? Yes, exactly. Hence our postulates. We want the Ministry of Science and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to designate the most opposite individuals for the position. Okay, Director, how about you? Well, I have one question, if I may. If the situation looks like it looks like at the diplomatic outpost, so how does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs approach that? Do they want to appoint a department for the support of science diplomacy or science policy? Because I have never heard of such an initiative. Well, I do love discussions at ministries. So what department do we want to appoint? And how do we want to retain longevity of the institution so that when the director of a department changes, they will continue the same policy, and so that everybody knows actually what the given institution does and what it works towards. I don't think we need another entity within the ministry. What we need, I think, more so, is a common approach within the Department of Cultural Diplomacy. So that we can have somebody, a team maybe, of people who will act in between different ministries, because as we know, appointing such specialists will call for collaboration between ministries. That's important, right? Well, yes, you're right. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a highly flexible institution, and I think that if these changes were to occur, then we can work between different departments, be it the Department of Science Diplomacy or other divisions. The most important thing is for us to effectively promote Polish science and Polish higher education system, along with many other aspects that are somewhat suspended in between different ministries. And so, in our operations right now, to answer your question, we focus on promoting Polish science. Well, Ambassador, how about you? I'm sorry, Madam President, if I may, I would say that we are in touch with the representatives of different ministries, even the Ministry of Agriculture. And we can, in this respect, tap into different sorts of experiences. So the alien constraints I think we deal with are mostly of technical nature. And I think that this is what this conference is about, to establish those interdepartmental and interministerial bridges. Well, yeah, that's a, a good point. So maybe we should appoint specific positions that will be interministerial. Or maybe we can disband all ministries and make super ministries. But I don't think this is a good idea. Would you agree? Madam Rector, Madam President, does the academia see science diplomacy implemented to the degree you would like it to be? Or are there any shortages? What could be done better? What are some of the best practices? And when you compare them against other countries, and what could we do to be more effective in this regard? Thank you. Thank you to Nava for inviting us. And I'd like to stress that, yes, we are indeed academics, but we're also diplomats, some of us, to my left. And from the perspective of the academia, I would rehash that these three entities see one another: Ministry of Science, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the academia, and the universities, that is, do recognize one another's presence. I don't want to be too skeptical, but at the university I work with, there is a unit which is known as the Center for Research on Diplomacy. And this entity taps into science for diplomacy, or science on diplomacy, in that it researches a certain phenomenon, which is diplomacy, sensu stricte, and diplomacy, science diplomacy. Why do I mention that? Because diplomacy for science is an element in which ambassadors, excellencies at different levels, at the level of state and church alike, because that diplomacy extends over different dimensions, secular and sectarian as well, in order to promote specific moral values too. And I must say that these institutions support one another. So they are supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Science, and external entities such as different diplomatic outposts. So we have many friends in this field, including Ambassador Piotr Rychlik, with whom we have worked as part of the Papal Diplomatic Academy and the Diplomatic Academy in Vienna. And I represent the University of the Catholic University of Lublin, and as such, I do a lot of comparative science. And speaking of comparisons, it's not only a success story, but what I want to focus on is that we focus on the potential of practitioners, of diplomats, and scientists to popularize diplomacy and education and the science diplomacy at the level of science and at the level of research. Obviously, any diplomatic academy is a forge of future human resources working in diplomacy. And from my perspective, as a scholar affiliated with the Catholic University of Lublin, I've seen that these efforts extend beyond the metropolis, they go beyond Warsaw, over to the different regions of the country and the local scale. And one such case in point is the training of our diplomatic corps. And we've seen 4 alumni of Lublin-based universities who ended up working for Polish diplomacy as science diplomats, including in German-speaking countries. And believe you me, they were not only German philologists, but thanks to our support for universities locally on the ground, extended by the very supportive Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we can add to the strength of Polish diplomacy, Polish soft power and accreditations granted to the different universities.
But we are also showing how to be a diplomat, how to do it. And this knowledge is pretty impressive. Now, on the university level, apart from these institutions that we cooperate with, well, not necessarily strictly scientific institutions or research institutions, because we are talking about diplomatic academies, but in fact, these instruments are very broad, since we're talking about science diplomacy tools on the mobility level. So the mobility level so when we talk about Erasmus and workshops and study tours or even conferences. But of course, this is also an element of support of science in the crisis situations. As we know, science is beyond the divisions. And this is a way to show the temperature and relations between states. This example has been quoted today, an example of China. So to cooperate on the scientific level in certain areas, we're talking about technologies. Well, on some levels was stopped, but the relations with Russia, right, also were frozen. So one of the diplomacy schools with which we were cooperating in Poland was educating staff. If you remember, during the communist times, there were diplomatic studies where the communist government in Russia was, in Moscow, was educating Polish diplomats, right? Now things have changed. We have our own potential, but we know very well that these international instruments are needed to compare these competences, and so we can compare our competences with the competences of other nations. One instrument that we draw on is the international studies. Now, even in the past, science diplomacy was being done. It was implemented. Of course, the name was different, but the promoting states' potential in groups of other states or in groups of other educational institutes of higher learning, it has been going on for years, for decades even. It's not that we came up with a new label called science diplomacy and now it only started in the 90s. We very well know that the new label, of course, it has a meaning, yes, that's important, but these processes has been taking place for many years. Many diplomats say that even the term ambassador, is becoming, is undergoing a certain inflation because we have the word ambassador is used as a brand ambassador or this ambassador, that ambassador, and So actually, ambassadors are very they are not necessarily favorable towards using this word ambassador for other things, but as we know, it's not, even if you look at the world of advertising, the word ambassador is being abused there. So these we need experts to educate, to popularize, but also use the huge potential, practical potential and theoretical potential of diplomats. Diplomats are university educated. They are sometimes lecturers themselves. And this is how we can actually deal with education and perhaps use our experts to educate youths in academic centers. How can we also look at the science diplomacy? Maybe it also means diplomacy of influence. Yes, this is a mix of soft and hard power. So let's also appreciate ourselves and on the international stage, because we have huge potential. And perhaps we should play this potential and use it on a university level. And of course, we should get as much support from NAVA, from Ministry of Science or Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is very much expected. And I think that this discussion is here to show how these different sectors and different branches of, these different ministries, how they should kind of come together to reach a common goal. So yes, this is my input. Thank you. So okay, so yes, dear ministers and dear universities, dear NAVA, dear Ministry of Science, so please make sure that you create the groundwork for graduates that can promote Polish science, because it's people who are actually the building blocks of institutions, programs, and capacity. If an ambassador like that comes over and he or she knows that here, yeah, we have a pool of people who are you are studying here or studying there, or studying abroad or participating in foreign programs, we can draw on the experience of these people and build something new. You talked about political influence, and although science should be open and free from politics, but I think especially in these very tumultuous times is intertwined with the problems of the so-called grand politics. So the question to Kim, when it comes to the openness of science. So today, in these very uncertain times, in these times where we have states that need to rethink the global order, certain states with other states are breaking their cooperation, starting cooperation with other states. In the case of European countries, well, they are breaking up cooperation with Russia. But also these things affect Middle East and let's say Far East. So what is it like with the open and free science education, science diplomacy? Science diplomacy of Korea, for example, is, well, we treat it as an important element in implementing the diplomatic policy, international diplomatic policy, because we think that in order to build good relations between states, first of all, we need to understand. So among European states, it's easy to understand them. You have common history. You have sometimes difficult one, but you very well know your neighbors. In the case of Korea, which is pretty far away from Poland and from Europe, then we have to build from ground up. and this is how we have to do it. Poland is very well known in Korea, but people simply do not know about, I mean, in Korea, people don't really know that much about Poland. And in Poland, I feel that Korea is known. Polish people know what Korea is, but they don't really know much about it either. And they don't know how Koreans think and what kind of look on the world they have. This is what scientific diplomacy is for. It can close the gap in knowledge between two nations and build mutual trust, which will be the basis for good relations between the two states. I personally am a very good example of a Polish diplomacy, Polish scientific diplomacy, because I got 6 months 6 months scholarship to study Polish here in Poland from the Polish government. I stayed here, I studied here, and as an expert for Polish affairs, I have been hired in the diplomatic service. My colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Korea, they tell me, oh, you are representing Korea, but it seems that you are now representing Poland, not Korea. You have deep roots in Poland now. Well, it's good to give students an opportunity to study and understand, and then they can come back and serve not only in diplomacy, but also in corporations or in science, in academia. And they will also be our friends and our representatives in a given country. So diplomacy, as we see, scientific diplomacy, as we see, is very important. And the question was also about the changing world and how we adjust the world, ourselves to the world. Well, with Poland, we don't have to adjust to Poland because we have good relationships with Poland. I would say that I would even say that we were getting very close to each other, so we do need more experts. Here in Poland, we need more Korean experts for Korea. So we try to give scholarships for Korean government officials so that they can come to Poland and work here. I think there are 7 or 8 vacancies that we try to fill every year. And of course, we recruit those scholarship. We recruit 8 people or 7 people for these scholarships in Poland, and this hopefully will help us boost our presence here in Poland, and also give scholarships to Polish people so that they can come to Korea. So, yes, Polish education is indeed strong. You speak fantastic Polish, and you really are a good representative of Korea and Poland. A round of applause for you. This is definitely lasted decades to learn Polish. It's a difficult language. Thank you very much for your input. I agree. And a question to Granat, Dr. Granat.
Na tyle dyplomatycznie, na ile może Pani powiedzieć, w Stanach Zjednoczonych, jak to Pani obserwuje, jeśli chodzi o otwartość?
So what about the openness of science? Is it actually a thing? Do we actually dealing with security and safety in knowledge, or are there any turbulences? And what about universities? When it comes to Ivy League universities, are they secure and safe when it comes to exchange of knowledge? Well, of course, the situation is difficult, and I would say that. For example, in the very beginning, there was a freeze on grants, and foreign language education was kind of a problem, and it was frozen a little bit. The funds were frozen for that. So I think the situation doesn't seem to be improving recently. So it's an opportunity for us especially the top 200 program by Weigel. I think this is a possibility to open for Poland to open up to foreign scientists, especially U.S. scientists. So yes, I think we should absorb the American scientists who were not maybe accepted by the Ivy League system in the US. I think there is a lot of emphasis at the same time on the security and safety of research. In Poland, perhaps this is not much taken into consideration. Maybe we are just learning things, but many universities are looking at these things and are making sure that they can protect their scientific studies, of course. The universities are monitoring who these people are, who they are cooperating with, where did they have their internship, where did they do their PhD studies. So all of these things are important. And universities are putting some pressure on actually on verifying the candidates, but at the same time, American universities are trying to block the leakages of knowledge and expert knowledge. They are making efforts in their states, in the universities, and on the federal level to block this leakage of technical knowledge from the universities. Thank you very kindly. We'll have a lot of questions to our panelists, but we only have 20 minutes, so I would like to give the floor to you. Any questions from the room? Now, okay, yes. If I may request that you provide the mic to our speaker. Now you don't have to be ashamed. Please speak up. I'm from the Economic University in Poznań. I have two questions. Question number one is about the real capacities of using Europe for Science program by Polish entities. You being practitioners, how do you see the possibility to get somebody to our university? Because the program is great, but of course what is related to that is many challenges. The second question is how much you, while representing or trying to conduct science diplomacy, how are you thinking about cooperating with business? Because our research should translate into particular solutions and commercialization. I think that this is lacking in this, and how do you create synergy? Synergy that would contribute to the promotion not only of research, scientific research, but also this applicability, so that our products actually can be sold. Thank you. Great questions. So do we have any volunteers to answer the question? It seems that this is a question to Nava. Maybe the directors want to answer. Okay, I will help. Yes, Choose Europe program is a very fresh program of the Commission. It's still not yet studied, and the point number two is Choose Europe is, I'm a fan of that program, but also many academic, there's many comments from the world of academia that there's a lot of traps. There are some traps there, and traps that you have to overcome. One trap is the duty to ensure long-term employment after the introductory period lapses. By principle, this is a perfect moment to get new position, new competences for Europe, so that Europe is great again. As the famous catchphrase says. So we will have a new tool in our hands, and it will be a tool in your hands. It will be in the hands of the whole academia, and how this offer related to the Choose Europe program will be used. So the offer of the Choose Europe program needs to be used properly. You need to do it. You need to think about it. You academia, you universities, etc. What else? since we're talking about the cooperation, for example, interdisciplinary cooperation of different institutes and different ministries on the governmental level, I would add one more participant of that game, one more player, who currently seems to have all the advantages to join the Ministry of Science, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other ministries. So by this I mean Ministry of National Defense. Why? Because dual use is a catchphrase. Dual use is becoming more and more noticeable, more and more and strongly financed. Dual use is not possible without the presence of scientific environment. So only thanks to good innovative ideas and cool ideas that might be relatively quickly and well commercialized, this dual use will make sense. There is a lot of pressure on that in Europe. There is a lot of pressure on that in Poland. Why am I mentioning the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense? Because Ministry of Defense got a lot of money from the budget, and they will probably cooperate with the world of academia and universities. This is pretty obvious. Scientific research is not only basic scientific research, but also applied science, which at the end of the day should actually be applied in the real life and commercialized. In the United States or in the West, scientists type in CV that my project helped to create this and that, or a bomb or a drone or something like that. Here in Poland, we are only starting to do it this way, and scientists are only thinking about commercializing their work. And we try to organize meetings, networking meetings, broker meetings in Brussels, try to connect the business environment and the science, the world. Because this is actually, it's hard to do it online. It's hard to do it in a virtual sense. You actually have to make sure that the guests have to meet, they have to see if they see any common ground, they have to trust each other, and then, without a doubt, they can maybe think about commercialization and successfully commercialize their products.
It's all going in the right direction, I believe. Let's hope so. We've got Mr. Ambassador and then Madam President. Well, when it comes to our stance on the strategy of purchases, it's all in the context of merit-based assessment. And so we have another stakeholder when it comes to point number 2, connections. Well, the ideas about PPP and the incentives from former ambassadors and other entities are plentiful. And there is a basket full of ideas, be it in Poland or in Korea, as Mr. Ambassador would attest to. So there's a lot of potential we can tap into when it comes to investments. So I absolutely agree with you, Madam President. Thank you. And with reference to the question about the collaboration between academia and business, you represent the University of Economics, if I'm not mistaken. But I think of classical universities that are represented here in this room. Managers, administrators, and evaluators. So we need to take them into account along with the new criteria of assessment, including commercialization. That is criterion number 3, which will weigh in heavily on the assessment of universities. But when it comes to human sciences and their interrelation with exact sciences and commercialization and human sciences and business, it's less tangible than in the case of natural sciences or exact sciences. Obviously, we need collaboration with business stakeholders. Commercialization centers need to be established, but this is not a process that we can delineate on the spot. For social sciences, which I represent, I'm sure that this is also an issue, and many universities struggle with that. The other important factor is how to translate it into the regional level or cross-border regions or cities along the border, be it Białystok, Lublin, or Rzeszów for that matter. These regions have their own inherent specificities. They have their own offer, but they're also burdened by geopolitical contingencies as refugee hubs, as regions situated on the border along the war zone. But then that also is and can be an upside, especially with universities of medical sciences, especially when you think of medics and paramedics active in the field, military doctors. We even opened a new department of military medicine in Łódź, and one of the Polish hospitals opened a ward dedicated to that in Warsaw. So the needs to educate and train military doctors is there, it is evident. And it's not only a political discussion, it's also an important watershed moment. And we do live in interesting times indeed, and we need to respond to these contingencies. We need to embrace them and seek out interesting partners, think outside the box, even if we are a Catholic university, as is the case with my alma mater. So you have to stay vigilant, stay open-minded, and seek out those competitive edges. We need to think in these categories and think beyond single terms. We need to plan for the long haul and create ties with business partners and our base in local communities. Okay, we have a question from out there, up in the room. In between, we will give the floor to our colleague. Yes, on a side note, I need to tell you that with the coming of LLM models and intensification of work thereon, persons working in this sector are highly sought after. So I think there are many avenues in which commercialization of science into business are there. You just need to tap into those avenues. Thank you for granting me the floor. A follow-up to the follow-up, if I may. Polish as a language is highly complex and is supposed to be great for developing LLMs. But it is spoken by a number of individuals, so it's easier than Estonian, for example, to work with LLMs. Okay, thank you. Now, Bartek Stawiasz, Perspektywy periodical. I've heard of many initiatives during this panel, and together with National Center for Research and Development, NCBR, we've managed to combine the collaboration of universities and the European Commission and NGOs who have all subscribed to the mixed collaboration model between different stakeholders. And we've got rankings which can also act as an important tool of soft power, including here in Europe, where you can combine top technical universities with top military industry companies, and the solutions are there, the opportunities are there, and my appeal to you would be make the best of those opportunities in Brussels to harness them for Poland's and Europe's best interest, especially when it comes to the military-industrial complex here in Europe. Thank you. I can only commend you on that comment. I subscribe to it heartily. Any questions from the room? Okay, we do have some more questions from the room. Fabulous. Tomasz Rodziewicz, Department of Polish Philology, Adam Mickiewicz University Poznań. Since you've mentioned the synergy between business and diplomacy, as a scholar of Polish, I've seen many news reports stating how impressed our guests here in Poland were when visiting the country, and it's really saddening for me that many people don't associate Poland with, you know, state-of-the-art infrastructure, new technologies, flourishing business, and I think that this means that we don't really make the best on a regular basis of the opportunities at hand. The Koreans, South Koreans, are the greatest, I guess, in propagating their own culture, high culture and pop culture around the world, and to use it as soft power. And translate that into cultural impact. And I think that this is one aspect, one avenue to explore in order for our science diplomacy to be even more effective. Maybe we should harness our rich Polish culture for that sake. And I think that it is the most effective any science diplomacy if it is combined with cultural diplomacy. Obviously, I don't know much about Korea as a scholar of Polish language and culture. The fact that I own a Samsung phone does not mean that I am competent in decoding Korea, but because of my adventure with Kang Kang, the Nobel Prize for Literature laureate, if you read her books, The Vegetarian, for example, or other titles, you will instantly learn some of the ropes of that culture, that country, their sensibility, because that is what the cultural diplomacy is all about. The book transposes you to a whole different world and gives you another perspective on people's emotions, experiences, and historical traumas, intergenerational traumas. Our great Polish poet and Nobel Prize laureate Czesław Miłosz has become very important in Indonesia for one reason, and the reason is that one of his books, which was an anti-communist book and described the Polish socialist regime, became a cult book during the military junta's rule of Indonesia. So you can translate your books into soft power, whether you're Korean or Polish. And whenever you hear of the Nobel Prize, it is a mark of excellence in and of itself, and you can use it to promote your culture, to use it as soft power. Polish literature has produced 4 Nobel Prize laureates, and we haven't really used them to such a great extent as Koreans have, for example. Even if you go outside of Poland, you go to those far removed countries, let's say India or China or elsewhere, they don't know any Polish products or businesses. They do know Polish movies, for example, or Polish books. And I think you can use that as an anchor for developing the strength of your science diplomacy. And I think You should do it systemically, and you should lobby with the political decision makers in Poland to canvass for centers for the study of Polish culture and language, so cultural studies with a Polish specialty, the way they have one in Harvard, for example. There is, with Ukrainian, there is a very big and strong and resilient center for Ukrainian studies at Harvard University, largely sponsored by the Ukrainian government, and that is used as a strong platform for the promotion and soft power for Ukraine, because it offers you a whole different perspective that is then transposed into future intellectual elites. So you can use that as part of a program. And one last thing, if I may, and I'm sorry for taking so much of your time. All is well until it works well, but sometimes it doesn't. A very easy example, a simple example, in science diplomacy that went awry. We received many questions from abroad, from our partners abroad, whether we could train 10, 15, 20 doctoral students. Well, we say, no, we wouldn't be able to do that because we'd have to pay them scholarships. And they say, no, it's not a problem. We will pay you to train them. We don't want you to pay them for that. So we are bewildered by the opportunity, because we usually think, okay, people come to us, we have to pay them for being with us. No, they want to pay us for letting them study with us, because they see us as a qualitative academic center. And I know that this may be an outlier, but it shows you that there is an avenue worth pursuing. Oh yeah, you've inspired me to ask you one last question. Before I do it, let me just remind you that let's act, let's not talk. The fact that you study a given language, culture, and become competent in that is high on Minister Sikorski's agenda. And believe me that we do take that into consideration. Our current Minister of Foreign Affairs is well aware of this being an important part of soft power, because he is a graduate of an English university at Oxford. And so he knows how they operate, and he knows how Ukraine operates. And would very much like to take a page out of their playbook here in Central Europe, in Poland. So we're canvassing very strongly for that. And hopefully we will be able to boast that and boast the effect of our work. And one last question that I'd like to ask Mr. Kim. Since we've spoken about Korea so much, maybe you could give us some tips, some pieces of advice, some best practices from Korea. What do you do so outstandingly as diplomats, as cultural diplomats, or as science diplomats, or as diplomats per se, that we could learn from you? Well, I don't know if Korean diplomacy is that great. I know that K-pop, that has been very popular worldwide, is not something that we promoted. It's something that people picked up spontaneously from the grassroots. We just picked this low-hanging fruit in order to promote our country further. If I may add any comment on Polish science and the science diplomacy, I don't know how it looks here, but in Korea, NAVA would probably focus more on promoting medical universities in Poland, because many Koreans want to be doctors, and they come to Hungary en masse, not to Poland, to Hungary, believe you me. I don't think that Poland has inferior universities of medical sciences to those of Hungary, but nonetheless, 100 Korean students per year travel to Hungary in order to get their medical degrees. In Poland, you only have a dozen or so. So I think you could do better in promoting your outstanding medical universities in our country. And if I may comment on what he said about Han Kan, about the Korean Nobel Prize winner, Thank you very much for these kind words. And as you said, Professor, we only have one Nobel Prize winner, Han Kan, and Poland has 5, not 4 even, I'd say. So quite many. Before Szymborska, before Tokarczuk, we had Sienkiewicz as a very popular author in Korea. And not many people in Korea knew that Sienkiewicz was Polish. But if you think of Szymborska, people knew about Polish literature being qualitative, and I think here Polish cultural diplomacy has been doing more than fine around the world, because everybody right now read Szymborska and Tokarczuk these days, including in Korea. So you guys are doing well. I see that we have run out of time, but one final word to Jan. Since I represent the Department of Cultural Diplomacy, I feel pressed to respond to the professor's remarks. The Polish system of diplomatic outposts in the world extends over 25 Polish institutes. They operate in Europe, Asia, and North America. And so in South America, we're working to open new Polish institutes, but the foundation we have laid is more than sufficient, even if you think of the European horizon only. And when it comes to the content of what we promote, I'd like to thank dear counselor for mentioning our for Mr. Attaché for listing of the Polish Nobel Prize winners, because when it comes to per capita Nobel Prize winners for literature, Poland ranks around the top worldwide, and so we are trying hard towards expanding that group, be it in literature or exact sciences, because we also have Marie Curie. Let's remember that. This is just a snippet of what Polish science diplomacy offers around the world, because we try to tailor this messaging to the host countries' policies and what the host society excels at, and how we can. I'll also add on what you said about medical sciences in Poland. The Polish system has a tool that has not been used extensively and can be utilized more effectively. Namely, the Polish Ministry of Health has a resource known as a credit entitling you to enroll into medical major at Polish universities, which enables foreign students to enroll in medical majors, but these courses are taught in Polish. So they first have to study Polish. Once they take the test successfully, they can enroll into the Polish university, and the credit also means that if they get to the university, if they get successfully admitted and graduate from the university, they take out a loan and a credit, and this loan is considered paid off after 10 years of working in the Polish medical system. So I think that this is maybe a dual incentive that works both ways, attracts new doctors to Poland, future doctors, and introduces highly qualified individuals in the system, helping out Polish patients. Thank you very much for taking out the time to join us for this afternoon discussion. Normally I participate in discussions on security, international relations, and normally our discussions are not as amicable and friendly as this one, so it's a brilliant and refreshing conclusion. And speaking of literature, since we had so much of literature, I will use a literary quote The wanderer, or dear pilgrim, the road is not the one that you tread, but the one that you're making by treading uncharted territories. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks to our great moderator, Agnieszka Homańska. She has been outstanding. And well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for a break. And we will be right back with you.
Thank you very much to our panelists.
Teraz zapraszamy Państwa na panel Międzynarodowa nauka Made in Poland. Polska
And we've got
dyplomacja w Arktyce i Antarktyce. Panel będzie poświęcony sukcesom polskich zespołów badawczych i znaczeniu dyplomacji naukowej w regionach polarnych.
We now invite you to the panel International Science Made in Poland, Polish Science and Diplomacy in the Arctic and Antarctic, devoted to the successes of Polish research teams and the importance of science diplomacy in polar regions. Those of you who are interested in staying during the panel, please remain seated.
Porozmawiamy o projektach realizowanych na stacjach badawczych, o współpracy międzynarodowej oraz o tym, jak obecność Polski w Arktyce i Antarktyce przekłada się na naszą pozycję w globalnym obiegu wiedzy.
We will talk about projects carried out at research stations, international cooperation, and how Poland's presence in the Arctic and Antarctic translates into our position in the global circulation of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the discussion.
Dyskusję poprowadzi dr Monika Szkarłat z Uniwersytetu Marii Curie Skłodowskiej w Lublinie, przewodnicząca grupy roboczej do spraw społecznych i humanistycznych w Międzynarodowym Komitecie Naukowym do spraw Arktyki, Chair of the Social and Human Working Group International Arctic Science Committee, członkini Komitetu Badań Polarnych przy Prezydium Polskiej Akademii Nauk.
The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Monika Szkarłat from Maria Curie Skłodowska University in Lublin, chairwoman of the Social and Human Working Group of the International Arctic Science Committee and a member of the Polar Research Committee at the Presidium of the Polish Academy of Sciences.
W rozmowie wezmą udział eksperci zaangażowani w badania polarne i zarządzanie polską infrastrukturą badawczą.
Our panelists are experts involved in polar research and in managing Polish research infrastructure.
Doktor habilitowany Rafał Junosza-Szaniawski, zastępca dyrektora Instytutu Geofizyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk.
Professor Rafał Junosza-Szaniawski, Deputy Director, Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences.
Agnieszka Kruszewska, dyrektorka do spraw administracyjnych Instytutu Biochemii i Biofizyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk, przewodnicząca Council of Managers of National Antarctic Programs.
Mrs. Agnieszka Kruszewska, Administrative Director of the Institute of Biochemistry and Biophysics of the Polish Academy of Sciences, Chairwoman of the Council of Managers of National Antarctic Programs.
Dr Bartłomiej Lux, adiunkt w Instytucie Geofizyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk.
Dr Bartłomiej Lux, Assistant Professor at the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Sciences.
Profesor Grzegorz Rachlewicz, dziekan Wydziału Nauk Geograficznych i Geologicznych Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu.
Professor Grzegorz Rachlewicz, Dean of the Faculty of Geographical and Geological Sciences, Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań.
Dr Piotr Rychlik, ambasador do spraw Arktyki i Antarktyki, Ministerstwo Spraw Zagranicznych Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej.
Dr Piotr Rychlik, Ambassador for the Arctic and Antarctic, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland.
Profesor Mateusz Strzelecki, prodziekan do spraw projektów naukowych na Wydziale Nauk o Ziemi i Kształtowania Środowiska Uniwersytetu Wrocławskiego.
And Professor Mateusz Strzelecki, Vice Dean for Research Projects, Faculty of Earth Sciences and Environmental Management, University of Wrocław.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of our colleagues, ourselves, and on behalf of everybody, and on behalf of our colleagues, and etc., we would like to thank all of you for being here. We, as a polar area researchers, we will be talking about this very subject. We are from social science background. Some of us has a natural science background, and we very much enjoy the participation in diplomacy, as well as we like to participate in different scientific circles. And this is what we do, and this is what we enjoy. Apart from maybe the ambassador, we all represent the Polish Polar Consortium, as well as the Committee of Polar Research, which is a member of the Polish Academy of Science. And we have prepared presentations where you will be able to observe a certain presentation with pictures. You'll see some infrastructure. Since we all know each other, so please don't be surprised that I know the names of all the names of all the participants. And then after the discussion, we'll have a 10-minute collection with the Hornsund Polar Station by Mr. Siedlecki, and this is named after Mr. Siedlecki. I think this is the most northern research station administered by Geophysics Institute of the Polish Academy of Sciences, so you can talk to participants of the 48th Polar expedition, and they will share their experiences. The polar research, by nature, is international. You cannot do them without cooperation with the partners from other countries. So for our environment, international and science cooperation is a natural thing, natural phenomenon. So especially when it comes to access to infrastructure projects, we all know that we all know how things are like. And first thing is research infrastructure. We know that we have such research infrastructure. So, is there any internationalizing element when it comes to polar studies and polar research? Let's start from Agnieszka. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you kindly for inviting us here. The topic of our meeting is internationalization of science. The first panel is this internationalization strategy. I hope that there is a lot of space devoted to science. It so happens that Poland is in an elite club of countries which are very active and have a research station in the north and in the south. I manage the southern research station. It is in Antarctic. This station is in the Antarctic area. We have a research station there, and I think that we can look at the internationalization of science from the perspective of what we can do to make science more international. But of course, some areas of science, just like Monica mentioned, is basically something that, well, we internationalize our stations because we use help of other and assistance of other countries from other stations. So there is a lot of internationalization, there is a lot of conversation, there is a lot of participation, and we do have a lot of international cooperation. And ladies and gentlemen, this cooperation not only internationalizes science, it also internationalizes other things, like, for example, what about these other things? We will talk about them later. Poland has stations in the north. We have a station there, the Siedlecki station. I hope that Rafał can maybe talk about this station a little more. But we also have a different station, a university station, seasonal stations. And here I would like Grzegorz and Mateusz to tell us a few words about this infrastructure. Yes, I agree with everything that has been said before. 2 words, we have year-round stations and about place for 20 scientists. Now, what about 2 basic functions? We do monitoring, for example, environment monitoring, atmosphere monitoring. This is serving both the scientists as well as, all this data is transferred to international databases. So every civilized country has doing monitoring like this in many places of the world. What else? We also do research studies. We administer the station, but the station is open to everybody. So this is not only our station. We invite everybody to the station. If you want to go there, please find me or our internet website and we will talk to you about this as well. The climate, of course, is changing. And we can observe that in the Arctic. That's why we study these areas, and that's why these areas are so interesting to study. We are supposed to talk about internationalization. Let me mention 2 things. Well, first of all, we are in the territory of Norway, so we have to be very close. At least we are very close to Norway. We have to talk to Norway. We are close to Spitsbergen. We have to observe all the. We have to take care of complying with the Norwegian law, and of course we have to comply with international standards. And we talk regularly with the governor of Spitsbergen. So basically, there is a lot of official channels that that connect us with Norway. And also, remember that I all the time tell my colleagues that if you're there on the polar station in Spitsbergen, you always represent Poland. So I tell them that this is important. Working in polar conditions and doing research there basically is by nature international. This is international territory. That's why we try to retain high level of international science. And the ministry always is trying to assist us in our professional research, and we will perhaps have a chance to talk more about that later. Yes, this context of monitoring meteorological data is very important. We have an input when it comes to providing data to the International Meteorological Station. We are a convenient partner, international partner in international organizations. What is changing is this geopolitical context. You mentioned Norway, and you mentioned this geopolitical situation in Norway, which in a way influences us. I would like to emphasize that we ourselves, as the environment, we try to adapt to that, and we try to do some forward adaptation. We call it forward-thinking adaptation. And a few words about seasonal stations, seasonal university stations. Since the station administered by IGF is a station monitored by National Academy of Sciences, but we also have university stations. And perhaps Grzegorz and Matt will now talk to us about that. Maybe we can talk about Svalbard and Greenland as well. Thank you kindly, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored that I can represent on this meeting Adam Mickiewicz University and talk to you about the polar station of our university polar station. As has been mentioned, the Stanisław-Siedlecki station and Arctowski station were treated as national stations. One is celebrating 70 years of its existence, the other one is celebrating 50 years of its existence. It's worth mentioning. And in the 80s, the regional centers, university centers, felt the need to expand the research onto other areas. Earth sciences, for example, natural sciences, and we need different places to conduct research, and these things are very regional. So we have those spots where we study the changing climate in Arctic. These climate changes happen very fast there, and this is a kind of like a workshop for many processes that have global effect. In 1984, there was a first polar expedition that started here at the University of Adam Mickiewicz, and we had started the first polar expedition. Now, I have to say that this is a never-ending challenge story, not just a success story, because we are facing different challenges for this station to be operational. And but this is because we are very much united in a Polish Polar Consortium, which Monika has mentioned already, and we have joint programs, and also we have a joint way to look at these things, and we expand polar research, and this is very much a field of science that's important, and its importance is growing. We've already have 35 years of university expeditions behind us. We have these two stations that I will tell you more about later. We also have Nicolaus Copernicus station on Spitsbergen, on Kafeira, and we have also Marie Curie Skłodowska station, Calypso station from the University of Nicolaus Copernicus, a very long tradition, and this station will still operate and will work in the future as well. Now, we also have cooperation with Norway, with Norwegians, with the university courses in Svalbard, which is an education and science center on Spitsbergen, and also as part of such projects, such European projects like Interact, which is all about exchanging science workers in the Arctic. So of course we have a chance to, and we are offering science exchange programs. I mean, or at least participate in science exchange programs with Estonia scientists, the Great Britain scientists. We also go to different places ourselves as well. Now we in Poznań, our Poznań station is close to the Czech border. We have a Polish-Czech border on Spitsbergen, 20 meters away from each other. And I think that for 2 decades now, we have struck a close cooperation with Czech scientists. What you see here in the slide, this is our completely new invention, better logistical station. But perhaps Mateusz will tell us more about it, who will talk. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Grzegorz has mentioned several university stations that we have in operation. Polar sciences. Poland has a new logistical and science center because polar studies, of course, require perfect ideas, good ideas for research. But I would say also that 80% of success is polar logistics. And we might say that after several years of big activity, big research activity of Poland on Spitsbergen, we managed to start last year a new logistical station that, first of all, serves or makes it easy to have a chance of having a synergy of operation between centers, but also is serving our foreign partners. So apart from this science, apart from the science excellence, and practicing science excellence, we are actually responsible for coordinating logistics. We prepare longer area expeditions or university station expeditions, or we continue our work on the national station. Monika, you have mentioned that there are new challenges, global challenges, so we have to accommodate global tensions that interfere with the situation, political, economic situation of Arctic. We are thinking about the environment, and we are having first talks and conversations. We are starting a new station on Greenland. We have experience from the Arctic. And the most important part of the most important island of Arctic is Greenland. So perhaps there is time, especially when you think about when there is a new international polar year approaching, and Greenland seems to be a natural step forward. And today, and the reflections of our partner, our Icelandic partner, who mentioned big diaspora, big Polish diaspora, and cooperation of Polish and Iceland sciences. There is a lot of Polish and Iceland science that scientists that cooperate together. We might think about common cooperation, even to a more extensive degree. Yes, of course, there are no international research without financing. And in this context, I would like to ask about international research projects. So what is our place? What is our place in those projects? Can you show us some examples showing us the relevance of Polish science or Polish input into the global polar sciences, especially through the prism of the projects that we run? And perhaps Bartek can answer first. Hello, I am a coordinator of the Liquid Ice project. So this is a first Horizon Europe when it comes to earth sciences, coordinated by a partner from Poland. And this is a big step for the whole community, for the whole science community, showing us that Poland is able to be a coordinator of such a big project. This is a project focusing 18 partners from Europe and India. And the project, in the Liquid Ice project, we will be dealing with the resources, water resources coming from cryosphere, so snow, icebergs, and permafrost, and how they are going to change in the future, not only in the scale of Arctic, but the whole globe. This is a big project with significant assumptions, but without internationalization, this project would not happen. The whole history started at the Silesia University in 2015. I was invited there for Spitsbergen, to do Spitsbergen research. Done, and it was financed by Research Council, financed by the Norwegian Research Council. Because unfortunately in Poland we still do not have a financing like that. That would allow us to operate on the basis of seed money in cooperation with foreign partners. So we decided to have a joint project. They have like a financing path called Svalbard Strategy Grants. So these are strategic grants, not big grants, on the level of 200,000 zlotys maybe. And these grants are run by the Norwegian institution, but they allow partners from all over the globe to cooperate. And we started with a project where we were coordinating snow research on a number of icebergs in Spitsbergen, and there we created a Svalbard snow network. So the money came from Research Council of Norway initially, and then we also started cooperating with organization that coordinates scientific research and Svalbard monitoring, called SIOS. We started to submit joint projects and thus build trust from trust among sciences. So I'm not talking about internationalization of academic institutions. But the trust is the basis here. So thanks to that, half of our partners that I have in the Liquidize program are my friends, whom I trust on 100%. And another step, another parallel step related to Research Council of Norway, joint Polish-Norwegian projects, which were supposed to strengthen Polish-Norwegian cooperation in polar studies, especially considering cryosphere research. This was a cryos research project, infrastructural project, where we had 14 partners, and 2 years later and we also were continuing as part of one of other projects. We were coordinating the work of international research done there, and we were financed by external money because we had no possibility to finance these types of undertakings from Polish research agency money. Thanks to the involvement of SIOS, we were proposed to coordinate and build a team, coordinate a consortium responsible for liquid ice, and that was the final stage. And in February we started our project, which so far is going well. There's still 3.5 years to go. In this project we are cooperating with the best when it comes to biosphere research. There is no better teams in Europe. I think that we need to remember about this financing in our strategy because we are not able to build international research teams without it. We hear so without the existing cooperation, I think well, it will be hard. Because in order for us to be part of a big project, we simply need to know the other party, right? So, because if we don't know the other party from workshops and conferences and some joint projects, most likely they will just invite somebody else, somebody that they know. And now, I don't want you to have the impression that that there is nothing here about social sciences. As part of the same mechanism, after Harsfall, the same project was Science and Society project was also implemented as part of the Norwegian funds. And what I would like to also mention that in the polar regions and in the international science community, I mean, being there, being part of it is very costly. Probably research publications is not enough to get recognition. Writing partners and finding partners by writing emails is not really a good way to do it. So we are actually trying to use soft tools offered by a Norwegian agency, and we were able to participate in international science communities. And this is where we were able to get recognized as potential partners for doing research. This is another element. This is not only conferences, not only research conferences, but also polar scientist meetings where business owners and policy owners go to. Also NGO members go there as well. This is a very broad environment. So we naturally also function there together with the so-called science environment, because science environment is present on these meetings. Here at our university at the biology department, we have a great scientist, Dr. Krzysztof Zawierucha, who is a well-known scientist dealing with tardigrades. And this year he organized a conference where he invited the famous people when it comes to microbiology and little animals like tardigrades, which live in the icy areas. And we've seen people who are very recognized scientists there.
So it's possible, but it's much easier to build such collaboration whenever simple financing mechanisms are concerned for bilateral collaboration. These can be small teams or big teams, but the basic the ground rule, the bottom line is for these programs to enable international teams of researchers to work together, because we are working in the spirit of internationalization. Another information I'd like to relay is the golden decade of 2013-2023 at the Polish National Center for Science, NCN. We even speak of the NCN generation among researchers with a very high success coefficient, with NCN financing many valuable projects, and a whole wave of those polar projects financed thanks to NCN. And I think importantly, my own team, which has participated in a number of different projects along with teams from Sosnowiec, Poznań, Lublin, Kraków. We always participated together with senior advisors from our partner institutions in Norway or Switzerland or Canada or Germany. And it turned out that the National Center for Science, NCN, enabled us to address a certain gap, a certain niche. We were unable to perform in those huge multi-million-dollar programs because our budget was somewhat limited, but nonetheless, our International Science Made in Poland program enabled our research to be successfully pursued around the Arctic and the Antarctic. And we had those big programs around Siberia, Yukon Territory, and Alaska. And thanks to the NCN financing, our teams were able to participate and to carve out a niche of their own along the melting glaciers in those areas. And join a group of experts and as part of those big leading teams examining permafrost. So NCN jest jak tlen, as we say in Polish. So National Center for Science is like oxygen for any successful research to be conducted in our country. So let's bear that in mind, because we do have a big imprint on Polish research, especially polar research. Yes, polar research is indeed expensive, but it is money well spent, because you get an immediate return on investment in the form of highly publishable research. And we have a number of examples of Polish publications that were deemed groundbreaking. And we had one program called T to H2O, which was highly successful, and we used tea bags across different locations. And we coordinated the program around the universities partaking in the program. And we had a number of researchers engaged across different locations towards a larger research paper published in a prestigious periodical. Thank you. And now I would like to address the topic of synergy, which I think has been an important part of your projects, synergy between science and the surrounding environment, business environment, among others. Let's touch upon the international context of that as well. Science diplomacy is also about transferring experts' knowledge, and by transferring that, we can position ourselves as the so-called knowledge hubs. And so, working very tightly with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Poland, we have seen some successes. For me, as a researcher of science diplomacy, I've noticed that we should not be restricted only to the scientific and academic activity, but also to different interinstitutional canvassing, because it's not a waste of time and it translates into tangible results. And with that in mind, I'd like to ask you, Piotr, from the perspective of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how do you collaborate with scientists and scholars? And has it been a rocky road, or how successful has that collaboration been? Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I can fully attest to the success of diplomatic measures around the polar regions, Arctic and the Antarctic. Without Polish scientists, we would not have been as successful as conglomerates of different states researching Antarctica and Arctic respectively. In the Antarctic, we have signatories of the Antarctic Treaty meeting every year in different states, including Poland, which is one of the 29 decision makers with respect to Antarctica. During those meetings, and participating states are expected to deliver significant research findings that will contribute to the discussion on those regions and will be a stepping stone towards their protection. Every year, thanks to the material compiled by the institute represented by Agnieszka, Poland is highly featured during those meetings as a strategic partner working with other countries. In Arctica, on the other hand, the Arctic Council brings together different member states. We've got 13 states that act as observer states, and they form working groups. We encourage our scientists to be represented on those bodies, and based on the quality of our engagement and commitment and the scale of our engagement, we will be hopefully able to retain our status of observers. So those polar territories, Arctic and the Antarctic, can be translated into political impact and more than just mere soft power. I will conclude by providing two examples, two cases in point, each from the recent quarter. Firstly, this year marked the first meeting in Poland of the Council of National Managers of Antarctic Programs, organized by the Institute of Biochemistry and Biophysics of the Polish Academy of Sciences, and Madam Director, sitting next to me, was elected the president of that gathering for the first time in history. So this is a great proof of our stature in the international polar research community. This is also a personal success of Agnieszka. Secondly, this year also saw the organization of a visit of leaders of the Arctic Council, excuse me, that is the Kingdom of Denmark. And thanks to the graciousness of the Institute of Geophysics, including Rafał and other co-workers of his, we were able to showcase our research findings, which prompted the Arctic Council to invite us to expand our contributions and build a research station in Greenland, which is especially valuable given the current geopolitical circumstances. This goes without saying. This is a precious initiative for us. Thank you. Thank you, Piotr. And what I'd add is that in the context of the future of polar research, we're also identifying priorities for this research. And I'm sure you know of the fact that before every program, consultations are held, and you can signal different topics and themes and include them in the agenda. And the same goes for polar studies. We would very much like for the financial mechanisms to be structured in such a way so as to help us apply for grants in polar research. Agnieszka, now in the context of institutional presence, is there anything you'd like to add? Absolutely. Yeah, without blowing our own trumpet too hard, I'd like to stress the importance of infrastructure in the Arctic and polar regions. With Antarctica, there is no legal jurisdiction under which the territory falls, as opposed to Greenland, for example. So the international community decided to co-manage that. Initially, there were 12 such governing, co-governing countries. Right now, with Poland, there are 13. So there is the academic, and there is the political dimension, then there is the academic dimension, with Polish scientists featured strongly. So we have a scientific committee on Antarctic research, where in the topical groups, divided by different fields of science, Polish scientists speak up with respect to defining the scientific policies in the region and determine the future research trends by posing and answering two different research questions that are revised for their validity. Another important dimension concerns our presence, and it attests very strongly to the internationalization and the necessity to collaborate on scientific ventures in this part of the world, has been the COMNA, so Council of Managers of Arctic Programs. So COMNAP stipulates that you need to be a signatory of the Madrid Protocol, which is binding until 2048 and which stresses a moratorium on the extraction of minerals from Antarctica. In order to be able to participate in that program, you need to be a signatory of the Madrid moratorium. Now, what is important for our sciences is that we work in the field, and as such, we need more than just monitoring data, but also hardcore infrastructure in the form of research stations, as well as maybe our own vessels, our own ships, that would help us commute between Arctica and Antarctica and provide us with facilities in this respect. And COMNAP makes your research possible in those areas, because it means that your crews, your stations have crews, are autonomous, have technical facilities, and enable scientists to conduct research there. So I would propose for our thinking on the international of sciences, we should depart from the strictly European perspective and focus on the perspective of places other than Europe. And perhaps we should open a new plane for the transatlantic perspective, because for us, a perfect partner for logistics in Antarctica is Chile. So I know that we are Europe-centric in our approach, but we need to bear in mind that the internationalization of science is more than just focusing overly on Europe and Europe only. Poland is present in Antarctica, but it can only be present in Antarctica when our operations there are peaceful and when they are strictly related to research. And the participation of Poland in COMNAP testifies to the fact that Polish science facilitation in the form of an Arctowski station is greatly valued by our international partners. And we, as Poland, as a state, are perceived as a responsible and accountable stakeholder. So we are and have been successful in terms of internationalizing our presence in the Arctic and subarctic and Antarctic regions. Thank you. And one last topic I'd like to touch upon concerns the future. It may seem that this future is distant, but from the perspective of the very preparations on the global scale, it is not, because the process is already underway. And what I have in mind is the preparations for the fifth International Polar Year, which will be celebrated in 2032-33 academic year. And this is still very much in flux. It's a process, although it is underway indeed, and all states can provide their own national contributions. Well, you can disregard that, okay, it's another highly specialist conference of which not many will hear and which does not bear any impact economically. But you would be mistaken, because the past editions of those polar years have been the signing of the Antarctic Treaty or the multinational research projects implemented there. And so the collaboration between diplomats and international politicians are undeniable. The way in which we make our pitch will bear on the perception of Poland in the world.
How do you see the future when it comes to Polish science? Maybe you can talk about polar science or maybe internationalization of Polish science. How do you see the future when it comes to preparing for another polar year? Let's start from Bartek. It's hard to disagree that another polar year is the biggest science initiative, research initiative related to polar exploration. We have to remember that this is an exploratory initiative, which is a part of the Geophysical Year project. And you have to prepare. And if we don't prepare over the next 6 years, we will not be a partner in the future. And we have a big chance, when it comes to this Europe-centrism, on the last conference called Arctic Circle, there was a lot of discussion as to how the polar year is going to look like. Two big players who played an important role in polar research, Russia and the United States, most likely will not participate in this initiative. And if they will participate, in the case of the United States, just like I have mentioned many times today, most likely these research institutes from US will take part on the polar year in a very limited scope, because they don't have money. Because of the research structures, and these structures have kind of disintegrated. This is very important for us, a chance to exist in this international stage. research stage. In order to do that, we have to have proper mechanisms, financial mechanisms. And I'm not saying that these have to be Polish financing, but we need cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Science when it comes to lobbying and programs, EU programs that Monika mentioned. Without this, the international research agendas will not work the way they should unless we co-finance part of a bigger project, because this is also possible. We were a partner in many research projects. We have international financing, however, only for our actions. I think that the action in a consortium with European financing might be more beneficial for Polish research teams. Ladies and gentlemen, Bartek has already mentioned this is the biggest event not only for Polish science but also world science. Previous Polar Year was a lot of people, a lot of states involved in this initiative. Social science, natural science, life sciences. For us, this fifth Polar Year will be very special. First Polar Year where Poland will cooperate as a so-called quote-unquote rich state. So far we have been on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain. Now we have a chance to show ourselves as a big, rich country in this global initiative. And what is also important, this Polar Year and the preparation to this Polar Year is a perfect crash test of the internationalization strategy that you are creating. And you will definitely show the strategy very soon. So we are very happy about it and we are waiting for it. The complexity of the preparation when it comes to education, when it comes to importing quote-unquote staff, academic staff, and supporting scientists to create projects around the Polar Year. Well, all these things are a great test to the strategy because in these climate conditions and logistical conditions, we will verify what Poland has prepared when it comes to internationalization. Now, short speech by Rafał. You want to add something? Yes, very briefly. Working from ground up is important. Polar Year is also where we take small steps in the beginning. We open up Arctic and Antarctic. It's not easy to find in the Polish financing system funds for young or even older people who want to start. It's important to start researching finally these areas. It's nice that the Polish people and people from outside Poland could have a chance to do studying. Of course, it is necessary to do some lobbying in Brussels. We have a Polish office there. We can start lobbying there, but we need to do it with the Ministry of Science. We do cooperate with Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we, in the Eastern Antarctic, in the Bergen base, we also have our fingers. And hopefully with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we can expand these contacts. And perhaps it's not something that's fashionable, but I still may venture a statement that we look at everything from a European perspective. We protect the nature, and that's all good. I cooperated with the Canadian geological studies, and they all look for resources. This in Poland sounds horrible. Everybody think about the smoke and coal and dirty things. the reality has changed. We have the so-called extraction technologies that do it very quickly and cleanly, and the transformation into low-emission economy that the minister has mentioned is very important. We don't talk about cooperation. The industry, we need critical minerals. We need those things that China are better at us than us. Rare earth metals and critical materials are important. The Canadians know this. And basically the whole scientific work circles around that. Basic research already gives you some results. Basic research on a high level also gives you some money, and it can be easily applied. And we need to know how to expand this application of these things, and I want to pay your attention to that. I would also like to mention our meeting with the Greenland representatives. When they heard about my research in Canada and about nickel plants on Labrador, the emotions were sky high. They look at it like this. They don't want to build mines in Greenland, but at least evaluate and assess the existence of the resources that are in the ground. Because that's the reality, and we need to participate in that reality. Thank you kindly. Monica has mentioned in the beginning that a lot of people were doubtful that we should start preparation for International Polar Year 2032-33. Well, we have actually been preparing to this for a while now. And when we were preparing ourselves to that, we were aware of three processes that might be our strength. First of all, here in the country, we are pretty well mapped, but we also need to do an exercise, a mental exercise, thinking about our Polish scientists from around the globe. These are people who feel a close connection to Poland, but we need to contact them and encourage them to maybe cooperate with us during their research, or would like to do it under Polish flag. And secondly, further investments in infrastructure seem necessary, and using this infrastructure on an international level. Arstowski Station or Hornsund or New Bear Station, a seasonal station, they're all open for scientists from other countries. And it's good to make this it's good to realize these things and make them known to others. We are Polish people are very strong when it comes to interdisciplinary studies, oceanography, social sciences. We have many disciplines involved in polar studies. At least a lot of Polish scientists involved in polar studies. Polar studies are highlighted during the Warsaw Polar Meetings. These are Polish meetings organized by Polish people, and we meet observer nations and Arctic Council nations, and we see what they do. Every year these meetings are getting more and more popular. It's a great opportunity to promote Polish science. Another organization, another event, during the National Polar Year, we will be organizing the Antarctic Treaty Party signatory meetings. We will be doing this regularly. During the Polar Year, we have to do these things and promote Polish scientific achievements. Thank you. And the discussions will be finished now, and we will perhaps for 10 minutes connect with the Hornsund station and with the team of our polar expedition. Can we hear each other? Hello. Hello. We are very happy to see you. Please, now maybe I am mistaken, but I think that you are finishing your stay soon. Or will you be staying there longer? That's the first question. And also, please tell me what are you dealing with on this station, because we've mentioned earlier that not only research is being done there, but also many other projects. So what are you dealing with there? What is occupying your professional everyday time there? And if you may, could you please tell us something more about what is it like living in that closed enclave? What do you do in your free time? How does your free time look like? How are you spending your free time? Hello? My name is called Krzyżimir Towarzewski. I'm the director of the 48th Polar Expedition. I am halfway through the escapade. We are still isolated. There's 9 people here, and what do we do? What we deal with here? Well, we try to support the whole infrastructure, both technical and monitoring. Our team is still divided into people, technical personnel, making sure everything works, like an IT person. And also there are people who continuously monitor everything. There are meteorologists, oceanographer, and me as a hydrochemical person. On an everyday basis, I do monitoring, I gather data, which is gathered for many years now. These are very crucial research when it comes to this international aspect, because the results of our research also contribute to the world science in general. The aspect of internationalization is something that's important to us as well. When in the summer, when the station is accessible to science groups who visit us, for example, this season we had 70 people from such states as Germany, France, Italy, Czech Republic, Sweden, Switzerland, India, or United States. So that is a proof that this is a point on the Arctic map which is of key importance to do environmental research, research about climate change. It's important for all people involved and interested in the topic. So professionally, we first of all try to complete our tasks. We do monitoring, gather data that scientists deal with in the Institute of Geophysics, and we also try to support the station. We try to make it work, make sure that the station can be visible all around the world. We promote it in the social media or having online lessons for schools and other institutions. So we try to work vigorously in this area. How do we spend our free time? Well, isolation is unfortunate, but that's the way it is. It's nothing special for us. We do it every year. We are basically a family for each other. We have to somehow work together as a group, as a polar family. Yes. Well, the director is listening. Do you have any questions to our participants? So I'm looking at your Facebook page, and it looks very impressive. So if anybody else has any questions, please you're welcome to add something. If I may, yes, go ahead. We 2 days ago had a Christmas visit of a delegation from Longyearbyen, from the Svalbard capital, Christmas delegation with representatives from the church, Svalbard Church, but also the governor's office. So we gave them Christmas gifts, Polish gifts and Polish tastes. The atmosphere was fantastic and very pleasant. So these little gestures is something we try to use to build international relations. We want the station to be visible, and we want to continue this exchange of good relations. Yes, I am a representative of social sciences. I don't do field studies, definitely not in the Arctic, but I was always fascinated by pictures of my colleagues from expeditions, summer expeditions, from the seasonal stations or Hornsund. So pictures with polar bears. When did you have a last visit? Last visit was 16th, I think, November. A bear was walking next to the coast. Today we actually saw fresh tracks, several days old. So yeah, we are being visited by bears. We had 18 visits observed already that we have seen in the station, and traces that showed that the bears were walking here. Right now we have a polar night, so we don't have visibility to see those bears, but the cameras help us to see bears if we can catch them on the camera. Yeah. One question. A question about the bear. Do they have black noses and do they hide them with their paws? Hard to say if they know about it, that they have dark noses, but they have blue tongues. They have blue tongues that we have seen. One bear decided to show his blue tongue to us in the meteorological garden, and our meteorologists who go there, they saw it.
Okay, no more questions, no further questions, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there is one more question. Not so fast, Madam Moderator. We want to announce that recruitment is underway for our next expedition until January. These expeditions are organized periodically, and hopefully they will attract more and more audiences and researchers to help our community grow. Well, yes, these are my words exactly, because I was about to read out your announcement, your call for researchers from your Facebook profile, so thank you for getting ahead of me and doing it for me. Yes, I was thinking about that myself. Oh, Wolf, do feel invited. Hopefully you'll consider filing your application. Thank you for participating in our session, dear Polar team. Thank you, dear audience here. And hopefully we have, to at least some extent, helped you understand what we deal with, who we are as a Polar community, and how familial the atmosphere of our collaboration is.
To może już... Aha, jesteśmy.
Ja też chciałam Państwu bardzo serdecznie podziękować i chciałam powiedzieć tak już zupełnie od siebie, że nie tylko zazdroszczę wspaniałych i ciekawych badań, ale tych widoków izoszkolarnych.
We would like to thank you very much for to all our panelists and moderator for everything that was said. And we envy truly not only all the research results, but also the beautiful landscapes that may be admired by the polar researchers.
Zamykamy transmisję wydarzenia online i zapraszamy Państwa jutro na godzinę 11.
Now we are closing the online transmission of the event, and we would like to invite all of you tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Wszystkich uczestników kongresu zapraszamy już teraz na kolację.